I have a question. Why are the milk and cookies looking at each other? I've wondered that my every time I see those emotes. All right. Amazon package delivered. Let's get back to it. God, they're making so much. They're making a fucking racket outside. You guys are lucky you can't hear this shit. This stuff's annoying. They're being loud. If you knew who that was. I don't... Who's cursed? Alright, we're gonna go... down to there. Fortunately, they only ever spend an hour out there gardening, so... Oh, shit, we got an artifact. Got a dwarf claiming a craft dwarf shop. I gotta work on this mining stuff, but that's cool. You don't have any real good ones lately? I mean, I think the closest thing I would have to a cursed emote would be Crypt Y. But even that one is just kind of funny, because it's like almost as much of a pun of the guy's name as it is a silly emote. All right, well, let's get rid of this. But yeah, the Amazon package was nothing interesting. It's literally just a bottle of melatonin. I don't like melatonin, but I haven't been sleeping, so gonna nip that problem in the bud. So in order to use those sound commands, you need to be, excuse me, at a certain Patreon tier or tier 2 on Twitch, and I need to manually add them. So just trying them repeatedly won't ever do anything. That's how a streamer pays bills. But I do actually have like a gift in the works for people who support me on Patreon. Working on some patches. Once those are done, those are just gonna get shipped out to that tier patron and up. Yeah, but it's kind of spam at a point if you just post it for no reason. So I prefer you didn't do that. I'll just ask you nicely. Forgotten Beast Quadet. Is that like a dudette? Oshimo Quek has come, an enormous scaly bear. All right. It has 3 long curly tails and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its deadly dust. So bear versus slug. Huh. Chat, place your bets. Who wins? Bear or slug? Capital B over here on the right. They're both in the same layer. You might want to stick around for 10 seconds, Aqua, until these Forgotten Beasts finish murdering each other. Is the slug drunk? No, but it shoots fire. B wins? Okay. Fire slug with wings versus, bear with dust. Everybody's like, bear wins, bear wins, bear... Never mind, slug wins. Oh, crap, fire, fuck. Slug. You want the bear to win? Me too, because then we can go back into the caverns. Oh. Wow. So... Forgotten Beast bites the Forgotten Beast in the upper body, bruising the muscle and bruising the right lung. The Forgotten Beast latches on firmly. Forgotten Beast jumps out of the Forgotten Beast's flight path. Well, still alive. Upper body is bruised. They're both still alive. Interesting. Yep, they're both still alive. Because the slug is a great hairy slug. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it has a gaunt appearance. Its hair is patchy. Beware its fire. Its fat is gone. It's a very slender slug. They seem to be kind of evenly matched, actually. Like, this thing doesn't seem to mind the fire all that much. Although he is kind of... Oh, okay, now he's burning. I don't think I've ever actually seen a Forgotten Beast die of blood loss. Well, I mean, he's got no fat left. I wonder if his scales are, like, repelling the burning. Slug and bear are still duking it. Good lord, this is like the Clash of the fucking Titans. Alright, well, stuff just flew everywhere. Let's see what it is. So, the bear's teeth just got knocked out. Oh, wow. A lot of bear's teeth just got knocked out. Forgotten Beast bites the Forgotten Beast's rear leg. The Forgotten Beast bites the Forgotten Beast's front leg. The Forgotten Beast bites the Forgotten Beast in the front paw. Well, bear is having a hard time. He's a gummy bear now. Seems like it. Very hot gummy bear. Spicy gummy bear. This is quite the fucking duel, though. Like, they're both incapable of doing damage to each other. Looks like the slug won. All hail Lord Slug. Slug is victor. Bear is, now in the public domain. Alright, back to digging. This was one hell of a battle, though. Slug is gross. Oh, don't be so mean to poor Sluggy. They didn't choose their life. It was definitely a slugfest. This is true. Yeah, I completely agree with that. That's like facts that we can all get behind right here. The fight took so long, one could say it was slow going. Was the fight was unbearable? That's not true. It was, but I would say it was barely entertaining. All right, we're gonna fill this up with orthoclase blocks, I think. Got beaten barehanded. I mean, that's not even true, though. I mean, I thought the slug would get beaten barehanded. Don't actually have that many blocks of this color. Guess we'll just bring orthoclase blocks down, or chunks down. Block, rock, 100. Drum whirl sound remote? I don't have a drum whirl sound effect now. Can you guys seriously not hear the loud as fuck lawnmower and 2 weed eaters that are like right outside of my window? So if you guys can't, I'm very impressed by my microphone's like ability to blot out sound. All right, let's just cancel these two for a second. You hear a low hum? I almost want to shout over it. That's how loud it is. Oh, please tell me the water ain't too deep. And you only hear the spherical music noises? Okay, well, that's good. I'll say this, the like gardening sounds is real annoying to me. I'm gonna go close the window so I don't need to hear it. I'll open it again afterwards. Just scared the piss out of some kid. It was on my patio with a leaf blower, right as I went out there to like close my window and open the sliding glass door, and he just looks at me and goes, "Whoa!" Like, can you get off my patio? It's like, I can clean it up later. Just stay off my patio. I don't want you on my patio. They always fucking do that, and I hate it that they do that. They walk around with these massive fucking leaf blowers and blow leaves everywhere, and then walk onto only my patio and blow it off on my patio. I have a bunch of delicate plants on my patio. Like, I have a whole bunch of onions and a bunch of other things that I really don't want a leaf blower just blasting shit everywhere all over my pots. It's like, I would just stay off of my patio. I do not want you on my patio. Literally, the kid looked like he was maybe 18. Maybe. Like, I'd be actually shocked if that kid's, like, out of high school. So, yes, I literally just did the old man get off my lawn. Literally just did that. Although it's not my lawn. The lawn belongs to the building, and I don't have lawn. But I did tell him, can you just get off my patio? I'll clean it up. Well, I wonder if he noticed my Twitch shirt. I always wonder that about people. Every now and again, I'll be out in public with this shirt on. I'll just get a weird look. I'll be like, it's like I do appreciate them like trying to, you know, clean up after themselves, but I'll do it later. It's fine. I don't want to listen to that. I also don't want you to destroy my plants. The one time I let them do that, killed half my parsley. So, an astronomer is visiting. Look at that, Kivish. We've got a pretty decent little library though, so I'm not surprised. Details, Smeetails. Oh yeah, also the other time they did that, I had a window open and there was a bunch of leaves on my bed because they blew a bunch of leaves through my window. It's like, come on, man. I also lost one of my tiny planters, like just a tiny little plastic planter, and I found it on the other side with a seedling in it. I hope that like he didn't blast any of my seedlings. Does the astronomer come with a pet moose? Is that a reference to something? Because if it is, I don't get it. But yeah, I'll definitely just go out there with a broom later and clean it up myself. Totally fine. It's kind of my take. Let's see. Please tell me it was just a wall in the way and the water's not too deep. That's bad. Okay. It's literally like a race against the water right now. Once the water gets too deep, then I can't build here anymore. So we are racing against the water. Fortunately, it's pretty slow, so it shouldn't be too bad. We should be fine. Tycho Branch had a pet moose. Yeah, I don't know who that is. I feel bad not knowing who that is, but I do not know who that is. Also, having a pet moose seems dangerous? Would be proper dwarfy, though, to have a pet moose. I'm just kind of like imagining it's just like this kid goes to his coworkers and he's just like, some dude in a Twitch shirt just told me to get off his patio. Because I'm working. What is that? Is that mud? It's troglodyte blood. I've never seen a moose from anywhere but the safety of a vehicle. And I feel like if I saw a moose, like that moose is like the one, moose and grizzly bears are like the only, moose, grizzly bears and scary old ladies, cougars, are the like only things that actually scare me in the wildlife. And I feel like if I saw a moose in the wild, I would have a major panic attack, actually. Because the last time I saw a moose was in my dad's truck when we were driving back from a fishing trip. And this was really relatively far north in BC. It was up in the interior. Moose fucking charged my dad's Suburban. Like, saw my dad's truck, just put its horns down and fucking charged us. It was kind of terrifying. Yes, a mouse. Definitely what I just said. Definitely. Last time I saw a mouse was, well, right now. Because I played Dwarf Fortress with a mouse. Just like most normal people, right? He lost his nose in a duel over mathematics. Huh? I heard a moose once from a canoe. It's the only thing in wildlife that scared me more with the sound that it makes than an elk. Elks are fucking demons. They're horrifying sounding. Everybody goes on about like how scary like rustling bushes is out in the forest. It's like, nah, that like 90% of the time it's a goddamn squirrel. It's like vast majority of the time you hear a rustle in the forest, like squirrel. But like you're just like chilling, minding your own business in the forest. Other end of the forest, you hear an elk scream, and it's heart stops every fucking time. Every single fucking time. Elk screams are the worst. Scariest sound ever. So you playing without it this stream? I was actually playing without it this stream. It was up there. I was up on my dresser because I cleaned my desk last night. Honestly, though, I think desk cleanliness is worth playing without the mouse for a little bit. But, you know, now we're playing Dwarf Fortress with the mouse again, so it's fine. The visual gag can continue. Best of lucks with your investments. Had a deer run over you once? Really? Yeah, and deer are like small as hell versus a moose. Moose is like a small Clydesdale. Like, moose are a big animal. Getting hit by a moose is like getting hit by a small truck. Actually, no. Getting hit by a moose is like getting hit by a big truck. It's like the guy that died on the Coquihalla because he hit a moose on his motorcycle. It's like, yeah, not surprised. And knowing Moose, that Moose was probably fine. Truly real-life monsters. There was a guy who hit a bear on a motorcycle close to where I grew up a number of years ago. He was fine. Yeah, no, absolutely. When I was on the way home from the fishing trip, we were driving, and like I said, the moose charged the truck. This moose just looks at us. Big fucking bull moose just looks at us. My dad turns the engine on. He goes, well, he's in the road. It's his road, so we'll just wait until he moves. We're sitting there. Not moving. My dad honks at him, and he just goes at us, and we're just like, Jesus Christ, dude. Calm down. And he kind of just goes down and starts munching on something. My dad turns the truck back on, and the moose gets up, puts his head down, and stomps his front foot, and then charged us. And my dad stepped on the gas and drove to the right, because it was a pretty wide road. And it just kind of ran past us, and then kicked his back bumper. So, I mean, it was about 200 meters up the road from us, so it had a pretty wide amount of space to run at us, and we had a decent amount of space to get around it. But, geez. Yeah, literally, Moose was like, fuck you, I'm louder. Moose ain't scared of anything. Terrifying creatures. Awesome creatures, but terrifying. It's like the hippo. Yeah, actually, I could see that comparison between hippos and Cape Buffalo. Yeah, they're not lions. Like, they're not gonna hunt you, but they'll fucking kill you. You know, they're not gonna eat you afterwards. They're just gonna kill you because you were annoying. Type thing, you know? They'll kill you because you're in their way, not because they're trying to kill you. They're not a predator, but you're in their way. So, get out of their way. Alright, let's do orthoclase blocks. I'm gonna get rid of some of this water. And then we gotta do the same sort of thing, one layer above, and also on the other side, but the other side will be much easier. Petitions. Oh, Iteb Gearstruck would like to reside here for the purpose of study. Sure. I'm pretty sure Gearstruck, Iteb, here. Also, we have I like that we have a Baroness consort of a different faction living here. Where were you? Ah, a doctor. Interesting. Not what I was expecting. Resident Scholar. There you go. Go study, Resident Scholar. We're going to be working on the library today, too. Once we get this done, we're going to go back to working on the bridge. This just happens to be more interesting to my brain at the moment. It's starting to dry up in places, which is quite nice. It's scared us quite a lot. Then about, I don't know, 200 meters further up the road, actually maybe about 5 minutes further up the road, so further than 200 meters, we saw lynx. That was a very cool trip. I guess they don't call it Great Moose Park for nothing. Because there was a moose, and it owned that park. And it wanted us in pieces. Chat, what's the scariest encounter you've had with a wild animal? I think that's probably mine. It's getting charged by a moose. There was one time I saw a cougar, but it was at a very far distance. And it was far enough away that I wasn't too worried. There was a time I was on a very long day hike. It was like a 30-something kilometer round trip thing called Three Brothers up in Manning Park. And we were on, and it's like three big rolling hills like this, right? None of them are particularly steep. It's just very long. And we were on hill 1. We walked down hill 1, up hill 2, and we looked back at peak. Oh, they're mountains, they're peaks, right? So we were on the peak of the first hill, and it was beautiful. We're looking at the view, and we're like, wow, let's go up to hill 2, or peak 2. And then it loops back around, and you kind of walked along the base, right? We make it to peak 2, and we look over our shoulders, and there's a grizzly bear. We're like, huh. Okay, we make a lot of noise. Keep walking. We get to the third peak about, I don't know, 3 hours later. And we look back, and like, keep in mind, like, we're checking it. It disappeared behind the peak as we were reaching, or as we walked down and then back up. We get to the third peak, and it's on second peak. We should have had a slug with us. Yeah, we should have had a fire-breathing slug with us. We're like, shit. It's fucking following us. We start taking the return trail, which walks down the side of third peak and then all the way kind of down into the valley a bit and along the bottom of the valley through the tree line and then back up to first peak. We're walking down, we're walking down, we're walking down. We see it coming down the side of the mountain. We're about a couple kilometers into the return trail. And at that point, we made the decision to stop, turn around, and backtrack the entire way back on the main trail, and we didn't see the grizzly again. That was pretty terrifying. But not in a, like, I felt threatened for my life, but more of a, am I, like, in the chase sequence of a horror movie kind of feeling? It's truly what it felt like. In hindsight, fantastic memory, because it's the only time I've ever seen a grizzly bear outside of a zoo. The time, fucking scary. Absolutely fucking scary. You'd date a cougar? Trying to unpack that sentence. There's many, many, many multiple meanings to that statement. So he wound up in hospital? I'm shocked he's not dead. Also, in my mind, he just got beaten up by a middle-aged woman. She just, like, stabbed him a couple times. There's a hilarious sign that's very standard for trails around here, where there's cougars known to be in the area. And I shit you not, this is what it says. And I've seen photos of them on the internet, too, so I think people kind of meme at them because they're very easy to. And they literally just say, warning, cougar sighted in area. Please, especially dangerous to solo male travelers traveling alone. And it's just like, I know what that means. But that's not what that means. You're made of food for bears? Which meaning you'll never know? I can make a guess. I can make an educated guess based on what I know of you, King. I hope that you've been well, by the way. But yeah, no, I can make an educated guess. Moldath, the scholar, is visiting. Are you going to ask to be a resident study too? Also, I think that, like, rounding this off a little bit made them look less like chess pieces and more like mushrooms, and I'm kind of okay with this. Although I'm realizing I kind of screwed up on one side. Specifically here. Just letting you know, what I need is this. That's what I need to mine up. Give it another 10 years and maybe I'll date a cougar. Again, which meeting? You decide. Sounds like they're finally done blasting the leaf blowers, which is nice. They don't start up again in 15 minutes, I'll go. Open my window back up. Speaking, although, you know, King, you know how you say that you date a cougar? I've got a very important question for you. A very, very, very important question for you. Now, you say that you date a cougar, right? But I'm scrolling down. There we go. Would you date a worm man? Got quite a lot of head. You know, I'm waiting for the day I get banned from Twitch for showing this. Like, it's going to happen. It's a matter of time. Yeah, that's just... It's a worm man. I don't know what you're talking about, Diamond. Ah, yes, a worm man, naturally. The best part about the worm man is the fact that he's got a very stylish bow tie. You'd go out for drinks. You can imagine a worm man wingman. A worm man wingman. Worm man wingman. That's a... sentence. I'm not sure what I made you do, Animal, but I think this is footage of Animal eating his phone. Did you put mayo on bread and then put your phone in it? What? This stream is my jam, but I don't like it on a sandwich. Oh. I get it. This stream is your jam. Well, been eaten by an animal, I suppose. Said it was too crunchy and zappy, mostly. Considering that's the only criticism you had. And not salty at all. Surprising. You need to put that in a frying pan. Don't, you need to microwave it first. I think Animal's actually, like, gone to bed, though. Animal is currently not present in the chat. This is just one of those moments when your girlfriend asks you if you date her if she was a worm. If you still date her if she was... I don't believe my ex-girlfriend ever asked me if I would still date her if she was a worm. Depends on if she had a bow tie on. That's the actual, like, make or break scenario right there. But we all know how that worked out for Earthworm Jim, so. This is a weird series of conversations, chat. This is either like super entertaining or half of the people watching are just like, fuck is this stream, and tuning out as we speak. Frankly, I'm not sure which. Although I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck this stream is, because today I streamed a visual novel. I 100%'d it, or not actually, but I got an ending in a visual novel today. That's how today's been. If you missed all that stuff, it's gonna go up on YouTube. I streamed the Game Jam games. How to engage chat, make worm jokes? I thought that the way you engage chat is you go down the list and you call out all of the lurkers. At least that's what Ninja tells people on his masterclass. He also tells you that you need to be less of a human and more of a brand, because then it's easy to market yourself. Which, he's not wrong, but also fuck that shit. Absolutely fuck that shit. My goblin over here, my resident performer, is helping. Thank you, resident performer. You will refer to yourself in third person. I am the streamer of this branded channel. I stream the video. Yeah. Although, actually, what I think he should really be telling people by that is not make yourself into a brand. He should be saying make yourself into a VTuber, because that's really all VTubers are. It's just a slightly easier to brand streaming persona. Can we see the Astronomer? I don't think they joined me. Yeah. Kivish. His medium-length sideburns are neatly combed, his very long mustache is neatly combed, and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His medium-length hair is neatly combed, and his lips are thick, and his slightly flattened ears are somewhat broad. His pale pink skin is wrinkled, and his hair is white, and his eyes are amethyst. That's your scholar. He's hanging out in the library. Oh, hey, it's a ghost. Sonderbar. Less detailed than my dwarves? Yeah, because he's not part of the fortress. Otherwise, I'd be able to tell you. Although, if the Astronomer asks to become a resident, I will absolutely let him stay. Although we already do have a couple of permanent residents in this fort. We have a doctor and we have a scholar, but no Astronomer. Maybe he can build an observatory. Unfortunately, that's not how the game works. This dwarf got a head injury. Can I just say maybe my favorite moment for chat today was when I was like, guys, what's gonna win? This forgotten beast that's a bear, or this forgotten beast that's a slug? And everyone's like, bear, 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 bear. I'm like, but the slug shoots fire. D yourself. They're mushrooms. And that's a spiral. How's things, Arch? How was your stream last night after I passed the fuck out? It kind of is an observatory, yeah. I guess I could make like a bunch of glass tubes or something, or make like a weird glass spinny thing and call it an observatory. Would it functionally act as one? No, but I could make like a telescope type thing. and name it like the Observer something. Average 48. Hell yeah. Around 6. Happy to help. I got a big raid towards the end of my stream yesterday, so it was like, just had a lot of people. Gotta dump them on somebody. And then apparently Sui raided me with people that you raided her with or something. So, it all looped around. Played all the Game Jam stuff this morning, which was fun. You, me, Sui, me. Yeah, exactly. This is why sharing is caring. Thunderbar has risen and is scaring people. Okay, that's fine. Can I please memorialize him? There we go. That should deal. $7 hours, damn. Why? Because people just stuck around? And name it James? I feel like you guys are all like referencing shit that I don't understand. First I was told or asked if the spider has a pet, what's it called? First I was asked if the spider has, or if the astronomer has a pet moose, and now you guys are telling me to give the spider the astronomer a pet spider, name it James. Six to 12-ish? 6 to 12 hours or 6 to 12 p.m.? Like 11:30, so you played another hour? Oh, okay. Hells yeah. There we go. The ghost Sonder bar has been put to rest. 6 to 12 p.m. Oh, I get it. James Webb. Creative pun. Let's put the adamantine mace in there. The fact that it's currently living in a ditch is a bit of a shame. Once you start streaming, I'm pretty sure you started streaming last night. You might stream tomorrow. You've started streaming many times. I started streaming at 9 in the morning today. And now we're at 6.5 hours. And we're only just getting started. I also got key for a game that I've been very curious about, so we're gonna have to try that out tonight. Ah, I gotcha. This is the stream that or the game that I wanted. Kind of looks like top-down pixel arty Escape from Tarkov / Stalker thing. But it's a solo dev project, and yeah, got it. Although it's a 10-day test. So if you want me to send you the PR email, I can. Arch. They sent me like a key within like 10 minutes. They were real quick last night. But it's only a test period key, so I only have it for another 9 days after today. Waiting for the full thing? Yeah. I didn't play the demo because the demo wasn't available after it vanished, but this is supposedly a more complete, updated version of the demo, but it's enough that I want to play it, so let's start filling in this side. But that's pretty good for a demo. Solid 10 hours. Yeah, I took one look at it and I'm like, ooh, this looks like Stalker. I'm in. I'll play top-down Stalker. Why not? I have no idea how to pronounce the name of it, but... Yeah. I love the idea of Tarkov as a single-player game, but I have zero desire to play Tarkov as a multiplayer game. But I do really, 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 really like Stalker, so... I love how they stole all the items from Tarkov. Not to be an idiot sounding or anything, but like, aren't all the items from Tarkov real-life guns? Like, literally? Real-life guns? Stoneworker is stricken by melancholy. Oh, crap! I thought that finished. I had to go pick up that Amazon package, so I forgot. I had an artifact start. I guess they didn't have everything that they needed. Crud. All right, so we've given enough offerings, and we have enough architecture, so we should become the capital soon. Or the mountain home, whatever you prefer. God, I'm tired. And it's just suffering in so many ways, and mostly how the game will screw you over. I played a little bit of Tarkov. I bought the very cheap version. I played it for a couple of weeks on and off, and not on stream though. And I kind of came to terms with the fact that I just don't see well enough to play that game. I don't. I need to see better. Like, my eyes need to work better to be able to play Tarkov and enjoy it. Because the reality is, because I don't see very well, it just is a cumbersome, annoying, unfair advantage for most other people. So. I like how you say can't trust the thing. It's like, well, if you're ever staying in a Arctic base in with a bunch of scientists and a helicopter flies over a hill and is shooting at a husky, let them shoot the fucking husky. That's all I have to say. You got normal eyes and you also too bad to see stuff. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I don't know. I like watching Tarkov. I love watching Sequisha play Tarkov because that dude's a fucking wizard. It's like, how did you see that? Half the time. Is that just how I feel? It's like, there's no way that you saw that, but he did. And it's like, Jesus Christ, man, you're a fucking wizard. He saw it because he's playing on some 5 meter by 5 meter 4K 720 FPS, 720 FPS monitor is how they see it. Literally makes the difference. Just imagine the size of a computer you'd need to run Tarkov at 720 FPS. Just imagine. Did you miss some recent happenings? Have you never seen The Thing? I was literally referencing the John Carpenter movie, The Thing. If you've never seen The Thing, no spoilers for The Thing, but let them kill the fucking husky. Should watch The Thing. That's a good movie. Very violent, but very good movie. Lots of wet flesh in that movie. The Thing is one of those movies that I just kind of assume that everybody's seen. And if you haven't seen it, that's fine, but I love that movie. Speaking of The Thing and old school horror movies in general, want to rewatch Predator and then get my hands on Prey somehow, because the newest Predator movie just came out, Prey, and I want to see it. It's currently a Hulu exclusive, though, unfortunately. But I've heard it's very low budget, but quite good. So, I want to see that. You will remember to watch it? I mean, it's a horror movie. I mean, you've probably... Watching Prey, or not Prey, watching The Thing, the original John Carpenter's The Thing, in the current year for the first time, is like watching a stage play that makes a lot of references and memes suddenly make a lot of sense. Because it's one of those movies where you'll watch it and you'll be like, oh, if that makes any sense. Screwed this up again, haven't I? Yes, I did screw this up. Oh well. We'll live. What you mostly don't like about Tarkov was the waiting queues going easily into 10 minutes and then getting pushed because the audio engine is broken and you can't hear enemies. When you assume you should be able to. Oof. Yeah, I mean, it's very unfinished early access game, right? That's very expensive. Yeah, I already saw it, Arch. Here's the thing about me. I stream like this. I mean, that's YouTube in the background. But I stream like this. You send me a DM, I've seen it before you tell me to check DMs. I've probably read it before you've told me to check DMs. What's even funnier is when someone will DM me and they'll be like, not important, check later. I'll be like, oh, I already read it. So yeah, no, if you DM me something, I already saw it. He just DM'd me, check DMs. Thanks, Arch, I got it. This guy. You beat the system, literally, yep. Okay, so tell Blind to check DMs before writing the... Well, the thing is, I hate having notifications, right? Like, every now and again, my Hobo will, like, type something in my chat and be like, yo, this isn't important, but I'm going to DM you a thing, and you don't need to read it until later. And he'll DM it to me, and I'll just see the notification pop up, and I'll stare at it for a minute, and then I'll read it anyway, because I'm tired of having the notification there. Also, thank you very much for the coffee, by the way. I'll add that to the... Because you've stated that it's for the trip. I'm going to add that to the goal. I can do that manually. You know who you are. Coffee, I won't state your name, but... You've never played Tarkov Beyond the inventory management? Oddly enough, I think I got more enjoyment out of the inventory management than the rest of the game. On there, right? $100. There we go. You think you mentioned this last time we were watching and playing Unpacking? Unpacking. Okay, so you know what? You know what's funny? I had to spoil Unpacking for my little sister because she's just like, because I gifted Unpacking to my little sister for Christmas, right? And she was super happy that I gave it to her for Christmas, and I remember her sending me a DM and everything. And then when I was out in Quebec, she was like, she told me that she had to stop playing Unpacking, and I was like, why? And she's like, the part where you have to move in with the boyfriend and you can't move any of his stuff was so annoying that I quit playing. And then she's just like, can you tell me how that game ends so that like I don't need to play it? I'm like, chat, spoilers for Unpacking. An end has shown up. Spoilers for Unpacking, so plug your ears for like until I put my hand down. And then the spoilers will be done. You marry a girl at the end of that game and have a kid? Anyway, that's the end of Unpacking spoilers. And she was so enthused by the ending of that game that she's just like, well, let me go finish Unpacking. And then the other day I saw my sister-in-law playing it, so she must have got it too. Heterocentric? You read a guide for Unpacking? What? Anyway, the Etten Ikaf Karethimais has come. A giant humanoid monster with duo heads. His wavy hair is extremely long. He is skinny and his nose, he is skinny and his nose on his left head is sharply hooked. His ears have large hanging lobes and his eyebrows are high. His somewhat short left head is somewhat narrow and his eyelashes are quite long. His lips are thin, his hair is goldenrod and his skin is cinnamon and his eyes are light blue and his eyes are slightly rounded. The guide interpreted it as you were with the boyfriend and then you had to move to save money to buy a house? Oh, as in like you moved in with the boyfriend and then moved out of the place with the boyfriend and then moved in with parents? Oh. I wonder why. Weird. I like how I'm just like, spoilers for this game, and was like pretty careful about spoilers, and then you're just like literally talking about spoilers for that game in my chat. All right, well, let's kill this two-headed giant. Stab him to death, boys! I'm shocked that you needed a guide for that game. I was like, that game was super easy. It's like, how long to beat was like, about 6 hours for minimum playthrough. I was like, beat it in 2.5. I was like, well, wasn't for you? Okay, fair enough. Alright, where is this twit going? It's chasing, wombat. Literally vaulted the thing. Well, let's get into areas I've dug out. If you interpret it in any other... Okay, so brief storyline of... Like, this is full plot details for Unpacking. You're a girl. Move in. Or living... move out in with roommates. Move in with boyfriend. Move back in... I think there might have been one in between those two. Move in with boyfriend. Move back in with parents. Move in with girlfriend. Get married to girlfriend, move into bigger house with wife, then have baby with wife. And there's two ladies at the end with a baby. Yes, it's LGBTQ context. It's literally a story about like a coming of age tale. It's literally that. So as somebody who 100%ed that game, yes, very much so. And it's strange that a guide would interpret that any differently, but it's a great game. It was good fun, just like organizing shit and unpacking boxes, minus having to actually move. It was like the fun part of moving without actually having to move. I don't even know where my dwarves went on the map. They're certainly nowhere near this Etten. Literally, like, look at the like description of the game on Steam. it's that. It was also featured in multiple LGBTQ sales on Steam. So yeah, no, it's very much that. But yeah, I would just chalk that up to a poorly written guide. Here's my dwarves. Mesbeth, wielding Fekmir Kiran, which is an adamantine short sword, which they've killed 6 trolls and 2 goblins with, and literally just killed 8 other things in another spot. And they're all just piling onto this Etten, and the Etten keels over because Ettens are weak as hell. I don't know. That sort of stuff doesn't bother me at all, personally. Like, I wouldn't have cared, nor would I have probably noticed. To be honest with you, I've been like, that's poorly researched, and then would have moved on with my day. So, shrug. What website was the guide on? If I can ask. Someone played almost none of the game, made up the rest of the review. Oh, he said guide. So you have to play through a whole game to write a guide for a game, I would think. Considering it's a puzzle game, so I'm assuming that this guide that Arch is referring to for unpacking was a like puzzle guide. So it would be literally impossible to write a puzzle guide if you didn't play the game. But I guess I could, in that person's defense, I could see how you could come to that notion, but it's more just kind of funny than anything. So I don't know. I could see how someone could come to that conclusion, but that's a very rushed interpretation of the game. Like, someone paid zero attention to any of the context in the game, didn't read any of the story bits in between, and just did a puzzle guide. But that's more just, I think it's kind of funny more than anything. But it's like, oh wow, you very much didn't get it. That's like my dad's interpretation of that game. It's like my dad's kind of dated. I'm gonna be mean to my dad for a second. Kind of a boomer take. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's genuinely kind of hilarious. It's like, wow, you just self-reported as out of touch and dense. Only the puzzle's important? And this is another reason why, if a game isn't for you, you should just stop playing it and don't use a guide, because the guide might ruin the game for you. That game was lovely, and I enjoyed it. It's not problematic. It's, like I said, I think it's just kind of funny. It's just a very boomer take, is the only way I can describe that. Well, for whatever it's worth, gay dwarves are quite common in Dwarf Fortress. Just have to look for them. Fun watching Citizen Sleeper, though? Keep thinking I'm hearing a mosquito, but I'm not. It's a power tool outside. Like a drill or something. You know, it's funny, like Citizen Sleeper is getting 4 free DLC packs, which each include a new quest line and ending. Or ending possibility, but I'm so completely and utterly satisfied with my ending, even though that's like a game that's designed to be replayed. I'm like, and I just can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it. Because I'm so happy with the ending that I got. Like, again, that's a game that's like got multiple endings. Think of it as a new game. I literally can't. That game was perfect. Or actually, you'd have to think of it as a new character, and then just like, I would have to like not even go to the area to start the ending that I got. Not gonna force. I might wait a year and then play through it again, and just like not even go to the shipyard. Just do it that way. But I think that's the only way that I could play it a second time. Would be to just not even go to the place where those characters are. Otherwise, I just wouldn't be able to play that game again. Otherwise, I would just end up going through the same ending again. That. Come on, dwarves. You need to brew more beer. You've not played it? Well, I need to buy that game. I'm just, you know, budgets are tight right now. I'm waiting for it to be on sale. I'm going to buy it. But I'm also kind of waiting for them to put the soundtrack on vinyl so I can buy that. I just don't buy early access story-based games. It's early access and it has a story. What are you doing? Or like maybe I'll buy it in early access and then wait for it to be done. Also, Arch, this might be a controversial thing to ask you. But I saw that you linked the Twitch support tweet that Twitch has, which is just the, you know, payouts for a bunch of regions have been lowered. I'll link the tweet for anybody who wants to see it. Question, chat room. How would you feel about a streamer just having a goal that says minimum payout and just have that as a goal in bits for every month? Because I don't think that that would be a ridiculous goal to have. Like minimum payout threshold. Because for smaller, less populated channels, it is quite difficult to reach the $100. Like, usually I do that in my first 2 streams of the month. Or I would just hit the payout just because of my recurring subs every month. But like, for smaller channels, getting going is quite difficult. Like, why not just do that instead of worrying about whether or not you hit that? I know that you used to reach it, Arch, but like, why not just have it like a bits goal and just be like, yo, do that. That DF/Bay12 thing, you're gonna need to elaborate on that a lot more. What do you mean by that? A DF/Bay12 thing. Because I feel like if I was starting out right now and trying to get to a point where I could do like the streaming thing full time, which I've been doing full time for years because people are very generous and support me, even though this week's been kind of slow. Partially due to the fact that I think a lot of people are throwing money at that goal up there instead of the leaderboards, but makes it really hard for you to be able to actively monetize. I have a question. Do you have any idea how much I fucking hate having a tip bar above my head? Get over it, big boy. Fucking hate it. I want it gone. Fill it up already so I can make it go away. I don't like it. You know, something that I've learned over my years is I think I am a non-entertaining, uninteresting, boring, self-conscious, insufferable, annoying person that nobody likes. Clearly that's not true. Which is why people watch me. So, regardless of... No, I was calling you a big kid. Come on, Arch. How do I word this? Would you prefer I call you a big baby? Sui would call you fat. I wouldn't do such a thing. Anyway, where was I going with this? The thing that I've learned over the years is it doesn't fucking matter what your self-consciousness tells you. You find it nice to see what the community doing? It's not that I hate having the tip bar up there. I hate asking for money. It is the worst part of this job. And the thing that unless I'm raising money for charity, then it's very fun harassing chat to throw money at a good cause. That's a lot of fun. But like, if I'm raising money for myself, I hate it because it means that I can't afford to just do the thing. And I've been at points in my career where I can just afford to do a thing. And right now I can't. And I hate that. And it drives me nuts. It makes me very angry. So I hate it not because it's like the community doing a thing. I hate it because I have to have it, right? That's why I hate it. Does that make sense? Like, yeah, it's really nice to know that people support me and it's filling up and it's going to be gone soon eventually and that I don't need to be annoyed by it anymore. Okay, stonework. Let's follow this dwarf. I love it when dwarves first wake up and they're just like drowsy for their first like few steps and they like flicker with their X and trip a couple times. Like this dwarf just like woke up, walked out of their bedroom, fell over, blinked a couple times, and then now they're walking over. Also, chat, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. So that's, I don't know if my 2 cents helped there, but named a sword. We're going to follow this dwarf that claims the crafts dwarf shop. Having the same issue with someone having a partner push at 15 CCV, it's got to be realistic. God, if I ever see a partner push in someone's title again, I'm going to scream because partner is completely irrelevant. Really doesn't matter. It gives you some nice benefits, but in the grand scheme of things, doesn't fucking matter. Okay, let's just pause for a second, go down here, make another line of this. Sure, we all have goals. But I got real annoyed that period of time where partner push was like just a thing that everybody suddenly made into a thing for a bit. Hated that era of Twitch. I'm glad it kind of went away a bit. Also, hey, Pablo. How's thing? But, you know, I want to be able to stream without any ads, without any points where I have to pause and ask chat for money. I just want to be able to stream. I just want to be able to stream and entertain people and not have to worry about asking for things. And I don't like asking for things. Partner pull? Doesn't even make any sense. Also, thanks for making me realize that people are going to have partner push tags. Good lord. Need to review this PR request? This pull request, I'm assuming? You just want to seduce partner. Partner seduction. There you go. That should be... Although I'm sure... Is seduction allowed as part of the tag? Actually, I wonder if seduction's allowed. Seduction. Seduction is a tag that you can have on your stream. Just thought I'd let everybody know. So you could make it partner seduction. But beer indeed. Darren, how are you? Although that being said, what this goal up here actually is funding is it's going to fund a vlog and maybe a couple other videos from PAX. And then hopefully I get to get insider info that's useful for dwarfy things. That's what that's actually funding. Artifact seduction tag when playing Dwarf Fortress. How about just a throbbing scepter? Because, like, the joke for ages has been scepters or dildos in Dwarf Fort. Don't listen to me. I'm not going to listen to you. Don't worry. I never listen to you. I also don't really listen to anybody, so. Not just you that I don't listen to. I also don't listen to me, so. This is a weird conversation, chat room. Hi, I'm blind. I stream a lot of Dwarf Fortress, allegedly. I don't know why Kit Fox takes me seriously with this kind of discussion. Although they made a game about dating swords, so I guess I'm not the only one that's bad. Speaking of, apparently that game came out a year ago, which just made me go, oh my god, time flies. All right, the gardeners seem to be done outside. I'm going to go open my window again. Got a little bit more fresh air in here. All right. Complained about and then disappeared? What, boyfriend dungeon? I know like only a very small handful of people that complained about it. I don't think that's really a good way to refer to that game, because that's maybe a bit unfair. Especially because the criticisms were like sorted and they gave it, also it has 97% positive reviews. The people that complained about it were just like, yo, this deals a lot more with mental health trauma and stuff than they were expecting, and wanted a viewer discretion is advised warning on it, and they put the warning on it. I wouldn't consider that complaining. Right? Well, fair enough. I don't know. Can I just say, it really, really sucks when I mentioned, man, a thing came out, and all I hear was, oh, people complained about that. Is that really the only take you have about a game that I don't think you've played? People complain about literally everything, dude. Everything that exists, somebody's out there complaining about it. And it was a very small number of people that complained about that game. Vast majority of the people that I know that played it said it was great, so yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, really. I just know for a fact it's not for me. Okay, but like... Sure, but it's also a run-based dating sim where you date swords. It's not exactly a mainstream appeal. Why would you expect that to make a splash? Okay, but like, why is... I don't know. It bothers me when people think that shit's worth saying. It's like, hey, yeah, that caused some drama. Like a year later. I was just like, man, that game came out a year ago. Holy shit, time flies. And you're like, man, people complained about that. Who fucking cares? Not relevant. Also, it's been dealt with. So also, who cares? Double irrelevant. Yeah. Athil. Astethishak. What? The stone worker has created Ushad Farash. Langud. Torel. Why? Because it just reignites old conversations that have already been sorted. And that's annoying to me. A Phallite Ring. That's boring. And claims it as an heirloom. No, you said okay with a question mark. Basement Creeds. The Sins of Learning. Oh, it's leering. Oh, it's weird because it's missing an I because it's compressing it. This is a Phallite Ring. No, Craftsdorf ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with beak dog bone and encircled with bands of cushioned Phallite cabochons and peach wood and beak dog bone. This object is adorned with hanging rings of pink tourmaline and menaces with spikes of almond wood. On the item is an image of distinct dangers, the raw adamantine toy boat in beak dog bone. God, that's from a while ago. Going down into your weapons into Skya. I'd rather play Skya, to be honest. On the item is an image of dwarves in beak dog bone. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Threatdweller by the ancient beard, the Plank of Nations, in the early spring of 212. They can smooth around it. But how's things, Chups? How's your day been? Yeah, I played Disgaea 3? I think? A while ago. It's one of those games where it's like, ah yes, this is a game where every single weapon has its own set of dungeons that are virtually indefinitely replayable. It's one of those games that has so much replayability, it's like, oh god, I never want to play this because I'll never have time to do anything else or play anything else. A lifestyle game, one could say. They're all the same, more or less? Yeah, but still. Can spend a lot of time. It was like me spending like an extra couple hundred hours getting to the bottom of all of the optional dungeons in Fire Emblem. Sacred Stones? There was 2 optional dungeons that you could back out of on any floor. Stone worker was found dehydrated. Well, that's a shame. Actually, here's a good example, Arch, of something that's similar to you bringing that up with Boyfriend Dungeon. Would be if I mentioned Titan Souls and you were like, oh yeah, the dev of that game insulted Total Biscuit on Twitter. Because he did. And that was basically like the most noise that game made. But it's also a really cool game in its own right, and it funded the development of a much cooler game, Death's Door, which is very much a follow-up to Titan Souls in almost every way. To the point where it's actually, spoilers, a sequel to Titan Souls. But if someone mentions Titan Souls to me, that's not the first thing that I would say. I'd be like, ah, yeah, the game where you have an arrow. I wouldn't be like, here's a negative thing that'll maybe hurt everybody's possible experience with the game that if they haven't played it, based on impressions. So that is my best example, but whatever. For crying out loud? For crying out what? Engraving down. How did I jump up there? Did I hit F1 somehow? Let you restart. Die. Crying out loud. I screwed up a color here. No. It was a game that was kickstarted by a group of people, and those people were excited to play it. The game came out, they played it. A couple of them were kind of upset, but whatever. I will still maintain that I've made my point, and you've missed it. You could say that about almost every game that sells well enough to succeed. You could say that about the Playdate. Does it have an impact to the game scene in general? No. Do I enjoy it? Yes. Did that game have an impact in the game scene in general? No. But no Kit Fox game has. But did the people who played it enjoy it? Yes. It's an irrelevant statement that just sounds super negative for no real purpose. Okay, has the water stopped draining? Yes. Brother. How far up do I need to go with this? Go one further? Two more. I made a comment about a game being a year old and you've started this incredibly long, irrelevant discussion for some reason, and I'm perplexed as to why at this point. And you're going to be like, no, Blind, you're the one talking. And I'll be like, sure. I'm just sitting here watching my view count go from 70 down to 55 as this conversation continues. There's lots of games that made little to no impact and are great. Yep. Yep. I mean, I was in the process of changing the subject, but I just had a final thought that I wanted to make an example so that maybe you could see my opinion and then you just reiterated your entire fucking point. It's like, God, I get it, but you don't. Hmm? See, Chups gets it. Rain World was actually a fucking travesty when that came out. Nice to see that the people have come around on it over the years, but man, it was such a shame when that game launched. Chat, give me something to talk about. Literally anything else. While I fill in this corner of this thing so I can fill it up with lava. Mayor don't want nothing. How'd that go, Arch? What am I planning to eat? Why do people always ask me that? Genuine question. Because, like, eventually people are going to learn that my diet is the most boring fucking thing on earth when I'm streaming because I meal prep 3 days worth of food. So I'm going to eat exactly what I ate yesterday, which is pasta with Alfredo sauce. I had a Reuben sandwich and a Reuben sandwich yesterday, and I'm going to have and I had a Reuben sandwich the day before that. And then day after that, I don't know. I'll figure that out. You weren't here yesterday? Well, if you ask me on Monday, or if you ask me on Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, it's going to be exactly the same thing every day. So it's like to the point where I almost want to make a command saying same thing as yesterday. What am I planning to eat? Fuck if I know tomorrow. I'll figure that out tomorrow. Coffee feels wrong without it. I drink coffee black. So the idea of putting other things in coffee, unless it's iced coffee, is strange to me. Miracle oatmeal? The only food stuff with miracle in the name is Miracle Whip that I'm aware of. The hell is Miracle oatmeal? Well, obviously, it's different. It's not milk. It'd be hard for it to not be different than milk. I make coffee with a pour over and a hand grinder, and I drink it black. Of course, I'm a pure coffee drinker. Well, I mean, you shouldn't put anything in espresso. That's an insult to a good espresso. If you could absolutely put it in a crappy espresso, but in a good espresso, that's a waste of good espresso. So that's stairs, not walls. Wrong hotkey. Are you, like, rendering something, Chubbs? It's no longer espresso if you're putting that in. That's some sort of dessert dish. Like, if you're putting raw sugar or ice cream in espresso, that's like something. There's a name for that, which is escaping me at this exact moment, but it's not espresso at that point. It's a dessert. Stop motion stuff? Ooh. No, it's no longer espresso when you add things. What's everyone reading off stream? I'm not reading anything at the moment. I finished Confessions of a Recovering Engineer. Your laptop's not happy? You should give it a blankie and a hot water bottle. That'll help. Oh, Affogato. Yeah, Affogato's the one that I was thinking of. I think they need ice packs. True. I mean, a cold patch would probably be better than a hot water bottle. At the very least, you should give that laptop a raise. I too wouldn't be too happy if I was running an infinite loading bar on minimum wage. Careful though, or your laptop might unionize. It'll only render 12 minutes at a time. With 15-minute breaks. That joke's not funny, but it's also kind of funny. 1534 raw pictures at 12 FPS. Damn. It's part of my brain that wants to do the math to figure out how many seconds that stop motion thing that you're rendering is, and the rest of me just doesn't care. It's raised like 10 centimeters already. Otherwise, it melts the table's surface. Are you running like a 2009 Alienware? What the hell? That's a hot laptop. Yeah, it sounds like it needs a can of compressed air. It's blowing out hot hair like a hairdryer? Hot air like a hairdryer. I have a question, Chups. Have you thought about purchasing a rendering rig? Because currently it sounds like you're melting the inside of your computer. Six months old? Oh my god, that poor laptop. That laptop must, you know, might I recommend removing part of the bottom panel so that it has better ventilation? I know somebody, I used to know somebody, and when I was in sports and we traveled to San Diego for a kayaking training camp because our lake was still frozen up here. We went down in the early spring to train with the athletes down in San Diego for 2 weeks. We were down there, and one of the guys brought a laptop to play StarCraft during off time, right? Which wasn't much time, but he brought it and played StarCraft and Diablo during his off time. And he had this crappy early 2000s laptop, right? And he was having problems with it overheating. So he ripped off the back panel, like that has the vents on it, ripped it off, and ripped off the front paneling and put a piece of paper towel on it so he wouldn't electrocute himself. So that it would stop overheating. And then when he was done using it, he'd snap the pieces back on. It's like not a method I would ever employ, but I kind of respect it. We're going to go see if we can steal some more livestock because we need more meat in this fort. We're going to go after hex slavers again. I'm going to send 2 squads. We're not going to loot other items, but we're going to do everything else. Good luck, dwarves. Yeah, that's what I would say. I don't think Chups is bragging. I think Chups seems concerned, but I could be misreading. The elves have arrived to trade as well. App says high performance normal. This seems like a laptop that's I'm not okay. It's gonna sound bad. This seems like a laptop that is designed to burn out quickly, but around the time that the warranty is up, so you buy a new one. That's what it seems like. I think modern laptops do that though. If they try to play some demanding game on yours, it will totally go up to 8090C. That can't, like, it can't have a particularly long use life then. If you're doing that to it. It's like, I don't know. I would put that on par with, like, how do I word this? Okay, let's actually need to connect to that somehow. Because the new ones are literally melting in the sun. Really? I feel like I should have heard about that. That's crazy. I don't know. I'm not comfortable with my computers going above 70. But you can't underclock it. The fans are at maximum. It's an MSI PC. So not to alarm you, but the last MSI product I owned, actually I got it RMA'd and they sent me a brand new card after this happened, which I actually gave to my older sister's husband for Christmas. Just like I wasn't even planning on it, but I heard he didn't have any graphics card at the time and was using onboard graphics to play World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy. So I was like, here, you can have this 780 Ti. But I had a 780 Ti from MSI, and it literally caught fire in my computer while I was streaming. Literally burst into flames and shot a flame out of the side of my computer. It burned my leg. It went out real quick. And what's funny is, like, it was while I was streaming, right? And pretty frequently I'll have people be like, "Fine, do you have a clip of that?" No, I don't, because my computer shut off, and the stream cut before any of that actually happened. But it literally shot a jet of fire out of my computer about that far for maybe 5 seconds, which went like that. And then spark. What's incredible is that computer is right there. It has no graphics card in it now. And it still works. The entire rest of the computer still works. So I RMA'd it though. So MSI products scare the piss out of me. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure your laptop is probably, like, I did some research on it, and it was a bad run of cards. A bunch of them got recalled. They had faulty parts in them, and that didn't happen with anything since then, and I haven't heard anything bad about MSI since. But ever since that happened to me, I will never use another MSI product. The only benefit about MSI is their RMA house is in, like, they have a facility in Vancouver, and so it took like a day and a half to get it RMA'd, but like I went and bought this 1070 that I'm still using now. My last laptop is an MSI, and it felt the opposite. Nice keyboard, and it still works. Really? No, I mean, like, the vast majority of MSI products are fine. Vast majority of them. Gray market components are a real problem. I mean, apparently this graphics card that I have right now has a problem with exploding if you overclock it, but I never overclocked it, so. I currently have an EVGA card, and EVGA superclocked something or another 1070. But I remember about 2 years after I got it, reading about the exact model of graphics card that I have apparently exploding. But it didn't happen. What is RMA'd? Sent back to factory to either be repaired or have new ones sent for free because it's still in warranty. The keyboard is the Spider-Man 3 font. Oh, I know what you mean. The PlayStation font? Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Plague of Nations slipped in undetected and found nothing. Wait, really? Whoa. Okay. Seeing pictures of 2006 homemade gaming rig where the builder had put a bottle of liquid nitrogen or some other gas in the middle, and there was no causing to speak, but the pictures just showed the bottle being activated and the rig turning into a giant block of ice. Wouldn't that, like, just destroy your computer? Like, immediately? Feel so embarrassed. Oh, because of the PlayStation 3 font? I've seen that font in a few weird places recently-ish. It's not as bad as the Papyrus font being used for Avatar. And then all those people with, like, Avatar branded shirts just walking around with plain ass Papyrus. Because, like, edit font. Do I not have Papyrus on this computer? No shit. I don't have Papyrus on this computer, so I can't even show you. Google font Papyrus. Papyrus font. Literally this fucking font. Why? Because you know who pays for high-end gaming PCs? Parents. You know who wants high-end gaming PCs? Children. You know who gets high-end gaming PCs from their parents? Children. They're a large portion of the market. You know who didn't mature? Gamers. You know who still buys high-end? I mean, it's the same reason that everything glows and shoots rainbows. It's like children of divorces. Yes. It's like it's the reason gaming PCs are flickering multicolors and weirdly expensive and shooting rainbows, because it's like that's what people want. With Microsoft Service, your target was students, so all content was aimed at parents. There's a regular in my chat who for ages worked on Microsoft Office for Microsoft Surface. I almost bought a used Surface. Then I didn't. That's the stuff I hate. Is like, why does everything have to glow 50 different colors? Just, I like simple minimalist design. Can I just have that? It's like, I hate Apple and I hate their keyboard designs, but I like the fact that it's not like vomiting 50 colors. It doesn't look like a headache and a strobe light and a seizure combined. The difficulty you have teaching some my buddies, teenagers, that LEDs don't matter is nuts. What? I mean, it's red make that go faster, except computer edition, right? LEDs are a very cheap way. It's like, oh, LED, oh, those ones are fancy. That's why they cost more. It's like, no, it's literally just a fashion statement. I had someone in my chat trying to argue that the reason that an RGB keyboard is $230 and the non-RGB version is $100 is it takes a lot more time and effort to make an RGB keyboard. It's like, dude, have you seen how expensive multicolored LEDs are? I bought an LED strip that literally is long enough to go around the entire ceiling of my 412 square foot apartment, or 428 square foot apartment. And I cut half of it off and it cost me $11. I don't like any lights. Like, this is how many lights I have on my keyboard. I will turn, okay, scroll lock. Oopsies, that's print screen, not scroll lock, because I'm not looking at my keyboard. Come on, Windows, shit. Okay, that and that. Those are all of the lights on my keyboard. And there isn't a single light in my computer case. And my computer case is a solid black box with, like, no window or screen into it. None of that shit matters. And all of my fans are perfectly, wonderfully gorgeous, knocked to a shit brown. And you know what? That is the best color for interior computer parts because they don't matter and you don't look at them. You just want the thing that works. It does help with your typing. I'm just going to ask you a question. Do you look at your hands while you type? Although, to be fair, Noctua will sell you black and white fans now, but they're like $10 more per fan. So if you want to pay an extra $10 per fan, you can absolutely get black Noctua fans. No, also peripheral vision and an anecdotal experience. Okay, well for me it's the exact opposite. Backlit key, I have a hard time using backlit keyboards because I find them distracting. It actually makes my eyes defocus on the monitor that I'm looking at. So if I'm looking at a monitor, and it has a backlit keyboard, it makes my eyes defocus because I can't focus on multiple things at once. And if there's a fucking strobe light down here, it's a genuine, what's the word I'm looking for here? Accessibility issue for me. And it drives me fucking bonkers that everything has them. Like, I have this Logitech mouse, right? It had, like, that logo pulsates multiple colors normally, right? I had to install their fucking software to disable it. I installed Logitech software to deactivate an LED. That's the only reason I have their software installed on every single computer I've had since. And I kind of hate it. Doesn't this look even? It's not even, that's why it doesn't look even. They're round and easy to clean. I don't know, I've just had this mouse for like 5 years now. Backlight or color changing, doesn't matter. Any light, period, light. If there's light on the thing, that's distracting. Like, to the point where I'll sometimes put stuff over top of this webcam that I have sitting on my desk here because this light distracts me. Like, I'll angle it away at night when the sun goes down. And it's like down, like, I can show you where it is. It's like, it's like basically here on my desk. So I don't know. Light is distracting and I hate it. Everything is full of your own dead skin. Don't think about any rugs or carpet too hard. Something like the vast majority of dust in your house is human skin, so. Human skin poop particles. But yeah, no, half the time, like, I will open up random streams on Twitch, and they'll have, like, 50 fucking pulsating lights behind them, and I'm just like, how do you not have a headache all the time? Like, I don't fully, I can't comprehend that. Genuinely, like, it's something that I don't understand. I have a very hard time understanding how people can exist in spaces like that and not constantly have a headache. And people ask me, like, how light mode doesn't give me a headache. Someone's jumping on a couch or a bed or something upstairs. My neighbors have children. I'm just hearing ba-bum, 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 ba-bum. I hope that doesn't happen again. Then I thought I heard a child screaming, but I think it was actually just a seagull. All right, let's fill this in. And then I can fill her up with lava. I don't really care if we lose all these gems. They're not too valuable, so. Just gonna burn them all. LED plus migraine, no LED must search and destroy. Yeah, no, I mean, I need dim light, and all I really need for a keyboard are the two little bumps in the middle of the keyboard on F and J, and nothing else. I guess I can kind of see how a backlight could help you orient yourself if you learned how to type that way, or if you learned how to type looking at your hands. But I don't know. It's not something... Like, I had a laptop ages ago that had a backlight on its keyboard, and my dad still has that laptop. It was a used Dell Struck Malachite. Oh, neat. It was a used Dell XPS something or another. My dad still has that laptop, and he really likes it. But the thing that I learned about that laptop is... it's extremely distracting for me to have that. And so the result was it taught me that all I do when I have a backlight on my keyboard is I turn off the backlight. So while it was a neat novelty for the first little bit that I had it, very quickly it just became an annoyance. You know what? Let's bring in Phallite blocks. Maybe they'll bring that one in from the other side. Armor mode made of knives, and it broke, and and started laughing because I only think who could clean that? You'd end the battle, and dork, who designed that knife? Yeah, I believe it. Oh yeah, true, power washing simulator. There you go. All right, well. Let's dig a real... Oh. We're gonna dig around this, and now we get to fill this whole thing with lava. Either power washing or car wash. Like, you know those big spinning, rotating brushes that you can drive your car through that's like... brrrr, that cleans it? Armor made of knives? You kind of remind me of a band that I don't particularly like, but think is kind of funny, and I like to reference them, called Burning Witches. They're a nuclear blast gimmick band, and tantrum. And it's just a bunch of really tall, pretty blonde ladies that sing, like, I don't know, 80s themed power metal, sort of. And they, there's a comment. Ooh, did you just kill somebody? Nope, but you did seriously injure somebody. Dwarves, please rescue him. Jeez. And this dwarf runs in here and punches a weaver. Now everybody is going to go report the crime. It's a lot of crimes getting reported. Cool. We've got a brewer coming to recover the wounded. Grab the wounded dwarf who's still vomiting on the ground. Look at all that blue. That's vomit. Trust me, if you played the game for 40 minutes, you'd understand it perfectly. Like, it doesn't take that long when you're the one playing it. It takes longer when you're watching, but... Dwarf feels guilty after being able to rest and recuperate. But... what are your actual injuries? Ability to stand lost, nauseous, ability to grasp somewhat impaired. Ooh, right hand smashed apart. That explains that. Must have stamped on your foot. Or used their foot and stamped on your hand. The miner punches the engraver in the right lower arm, kicks the engraver in the upper leg, force spins the thing, bruising the bone. Ligament is... oh, that's not too bad. Basically just, like, kicked him a bunch. But... justice has been served. 9 witnesses and 9 witnesses. Let's give the game 2 seconds to process the sentence. And you get 29 days in prison and a beating. Damn right, sir. Let's go spread some lava everywhere, shall we? So we'll cut through this and then fix it. Oh, one more count of disorderly conduct, looks like. 12 witnesses. Oh, that's good. Still same sentence, though. I mean, people will realize just how simple Dwarf Fortress is to comprehend the second it comes out on Steam, so. This dwarf comes over here and mines through that. Fill that back in, and then we get this. The lava spreads. I wonder what Stoddier's full sentence was. Ooh, is the game upset at me? Yes, it's upset at me. Game's not responding. There it goes. The game almost never crashes. 57 days in prison instead of 20. Dwarf Fortress almost never crashes, but every now and again it just ceases to function for a few seconds. It's like, nope, hold on, gotta think real hard. Okay, done thinking. No, it's actually quite logical. There's our lava reservoir. The investments are open. You might know the audience member Lump Beef Broth Arch. Was one of the people who watched me play RimWorld back in the day, and I think still plays RimWorld. At one point after I'd been streaming Dwarf Fortress for maybe a year, was just like, oh my god. And I was like, what? And he goes, I see the dwarves. I was like, yeah, I've been watching the stream this whole time? And he goes, I understand now, though. I've been here this whole time, but I get it. Oh my god. This makes so much more sense. The ruler and his full entourage has arrived. You are now the mountain home. Look at that. We're now the mountain home. Queen Elomino and her king and the rest have all arrived. Chat, big round of beers for the mountain home. Long live the king. No, I didn't get the Gelder Queen. So the Gelder Queen died. I didn't kill her. The goblins did. The goblins invaded the mountain home, which is why it says the mountain home is dead in the title, or why it said that. And so the mountain home got killed by the goblins. They invaded her. So my first new fortress with this faction, the one that was literally just a puddle where the game bugged out and spawned the water on the wrong level, and everybody like almost drowned. Anyway, those dwarves all became royalty. So Elomino, who was the expedition leader of the first fortress I did with this faction, is my queen now. You thought maybe the Gelder Queen survived? No, it's been that way for a while. So what do we have? We have Queen. Oh, sorry. We have King Elomino. She is our listed as our king, but she's the queen. And then we have. Oh, I see. They haven't all arrived yet. Let's let them all arrive. Celebration, I say. Wouldn't it be great if we got her invaded and then she died? I'm gonna go back to watching the lava. But no, the Gelder Queen has died, so we are no longer a cult faction. But yeah, no, she died quite some time ago. Alright, so we've got the Outpost Liaison, who's Wilmer, who's one of my previous dwarves. We have the General, who somebody in chat can be. You know, we should make the Arch, do you want to be the general? It's up to you if you want it, Arch. Who is married to Elomino, an ardent worshipper of Lamouche. Wait, what was that? How can someone be so consumed by hate, says Arch. We'll go into all their details in a little bit, and that will be the thing that states the future of the way this fortress goes. No, I just haven't assigned the Dungeon Master yet. The Dungeon Master is actually an extension of the Captain of the Guard. They do all of the releasing and bringing to prison tasks. But if you don't have one assigned, then the Captain of the Guard just does it. He's 99 years old and dreams of mastering a skill and has no ambition whatsoever. Really? Well, I mean, I guess you can't really get higher than the queen. Well, I mean, if Arch doesn't want it, yeah, you can have it orange. And before Arch comes back, I want it! Too late. You're married to Elomino. We need Elomino to tune in. What? Too late. You were the king for a brief period. Technically a general, actually. I'm just letting this lava flow. Because lava's entertaining to watch. Armor... Actually, hold on. How much metal do I have? Fancy metals, by that I mean. Gold bar 2. You know what? Add a... armor... 2. Make 2 adamantine armor stands. Alright guys, rock fells. Campaign over. I'm usually a disappointment. Sounds like half your relationships. At least you've had enough relationships to be able to say half your relationships. What kind of block is that? It hasn't finished melting yet. This is just way too entertaining to me, watching this fill up. I don't know if it's entertaining to you guys, but this shit's entertaining. It's so entertaining that I'm like not even paying attention to what the dwarves are doing. It's a good thing I didn't give them too many ways to flow initially, because otherwise we'd be in trouble here. Because there's too much, and the lava would be running into problems. So it'll flow around the edges and then flow back in on the other side on the top. And then on the right, it'll flow out and fill up, and then once it gets to the end of that spiral, it's full, and then we can go up to here. We can smooth down. What? Let's just delete this. Over here on this side, it'll be okay. Looks like a weird spaceship. I just got an email about a game titled Smash Boats for the Nintendo Switch. Can I just say, I'm surprised that Nintendo allows games that sound like Smash Bros to exist. I'm kind of impressed. Like, rather impressed. But while this fills up, let's zoom in here. Let's read about our queen. Anybody that sticks to something a moment longer than they have to is an idiot. Jesus, Dwarf, you sound a lot like a certain a certain CEO at a certain game engine. Then last season she was interested near a fine seat, was interested near a fine door. Mistim is married to Orange and is a faithful worshiper of Rash Death Fatal. Well, we need to give her a personal throne, and what's it called? A personal place to worship Death Fatal. She is 99 years old, born on the 27th of Opal in the year 128. She has she is broad with little muscle, and her hair is clean shaven. Her nose is somewhat short. Her hair is pale taupe, mixed with gray, and her skin is cinnamon, and her eyes are brass. Sleep sometimes is hard. Animal, we have the queen. Elomino likes native gold, tanzanite, alpaca wool, the color moss green, six-sided prisms, maces and mules for their stubbornness, and giant puffins for their colorful beaks. When possible, she prefers to consume lychee wine, and she absolutely hates moon snails, and she has a very good sense of position of her own body. She personally sees sacrifice. She personally values sacrifice and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and doesn't respect cooperation, and doesn't. She respects power and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and dreams of mastering a skill. She has no ambition whatsoever, and almost never feels discouraged. She finds humor in most situations and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking as an abstract concept, and she tends to be passive in discussions. She tends to hang on to grievances and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. She is quite polite, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. She tries to get things done correctly each time and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather, satisfied with personal met needs. We also have Mistim, who is named Orange, who is married to the queen and is the king consort general. He feels satisfied after learning about engraving, and felt satisfied after learning about masonry, and felt fondness after talking with an acquaintance. Elamino is an ardent worshipper of Lemouche, Orange is an ardent worshipper of Lemouche, who is, of course, the deity of chaos, war, and fortresses. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and is 95 years old, born on the 21st of Granite in the year 132. His sideburns are very long. His sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his very long hair is tied in a ponytail. He has a round chin, and his nose is upturned. His ears have nearly fused lobes, and his lips are thin. His hair is pale taupe with some gray, and his skin is cinnamon. He likes iron, two bowgate, white stork tooth, and the color ash gray, and slabs and cows for their hunting moose, and the giant snowy owls for their yellow eyes, and the sound of the tress of larks and the sight of the russet couple, and when possible prefers to consume raven, garden cress, sorghum beer, pendant amaranth flower, foxtail mullet, and fucking hates snails. He personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected. Lacks any respect for family, and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. And dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the ones that comes to pass. He tends to avoid crowds. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, finds obligations confining, and he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. You feel important? I'm glad. Somebody has to. We also have the mayor and the outpost liaison, who's Wilmer. The last season, he was interested after reading Uber Zenith, the new approach. And, I was bored. 92 years old, born on the 24th of Obsidian in the year 135. Her somewhat broad, short ears are nearly fused-lobed, and she has a broad chin. Her hair is clean-shaven, and her nose bridge is convex. Her eyelashes are short, and her nose is slightly upturned. Her hair is pale taupe with a touch of gray, and her skin is cinnamon. Her eyes are aquamarine. She personally doesn't care about nature one way or another, doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, and dreams of creating a great work of art. She cracks easily under pressure, and she very rarely develops positive feelings. And she very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. A strengthening after seeing Pablo die in 210. Drown. She dislikes abstract discussions, and would much rather focus on practical examples. She is very ambitious, always looking for a way to better her situation. She has a greedy streak, and she generally acts impartially. She's rarely moved to mercy, and she is rarely happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she has a sense of duty. She can sometimes act without deliberation, and she can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and she is a friendly individual. She tends to hang on to grievances, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. And she is grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Hey, Maz. What up? So that's our royalty. Can you be a mason? Hold up. Gotta queue up a few things. Yeah, I can tell you don't have a dwarf here, but I just want to queue up a few things first. Okay, how have you been? That's my answer mostly. Brass, 35. Let's do iron. I'm all right, Maz. Streaming dwarfs, the huge, sweating. It's been hot. Sucks. Animal wants a mason. Dunk. Holy crap! You need 2 mittens. Animal. But dim. Animal. She is blissful after sleeping in a fantastic bedroom. I don't know why that's your voice, but that's your voice now. She was delighted after watching a performance and felt euphoric due to inebriation. That's done. I'm done with that voice. Fuck that voice. She is 82 years old, born on the 10th of Sandstone in the year 145. Her somewhat narrow, short ears are nearly fused-lobed. She has a broad chin, and her hair is clean-shaven. Her eyelashes are short, and her cinnamon skin is slightly wrinkled. Her left upper arm bears a very short, straight scar, and her left lower arm bears a very short, straight scar. Her nose bridge is slightly convex, and her hair is pale taupe, with a touch of gray. Her eyes are emerald. Animal likes tin glaze, gold, faint yellow diamond, larchwood, beds, and deer men for their grace. I'll trade you for the near constant, miserable, wet, cold weather we have here in... I would love some near constant wet and cold. That sounds lovely. Absolutely lovely. I even like hiking in the wet and cold. She personally strongly values tranquility and quiet, values tradition, and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce. Values good craftsdwarfship, and does not really see the value is in skills related to fighting. She dreams of raising a family. She's impervious to the effects of stress and is frequently depressed. She feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and she tends to think before acting. She tries to do things correctly each time and is often feels lustful. She has a strong sense of duty, and she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She tends to stare unwaveringly when she's speaking to somebody. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. And she doesn't really care about anything anymore. But since you're in Oz, have you seen The Wizard lately? Sorry, that's not funny. A single dwarf can have one. Each dwarf can create one masterwork, and that's caused by a strange mood. Or one artifact, and that's caused by a strange mood. Although I think they can name multiple items, which are sort of artifacts. This isn't Kansas anymore. Yeah. Also, I don't know if I said goodnight, but goodnight, Chops. Also, hello, audio. How are you? Whoa!
Lava flow, 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 lava cow, lava flow, 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 lava flow.
I have a question.
Lava flow.
What's a lava cow? I lava flow too. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for animal keeping that's sub-alive for 55 months? Frankly, though, it should be the maximum number because of the amount you've supported the stream over the years. Cheers, dude. And also, thank you very much for the first resub in 7 hours. Cheers, man. Lava cow, when you milk them, you get a lava? I don't think that's how that works, but okay. A metal crafter's been taken by a fey mood? Ooh. And Stodier is throwing another goddamn tantrum. Well, good luck. So I need to make sure that this dwarf gets everything that they need. Claims a magma forge. Okay. Going to jump up to here. We're going to extend this. Right, now I know why I stopped this. It's because I was running out of diorite. Okay, well, you know what? Let's put that on hold for right now. And you know what? We're going to make bed 20. Take the highest quality one. You pay this 6 months in advance, and the 23rd is the next time you can do so? Oh, you mean like the 23rd of this month or next month? That's a weird date for that to land on, but in comparison to the way you've done things in the past. I'm starting to be of the opinion that Elon Musk shouldn't make anything, but I mean, sure, I guess. I'm going to make this into the Queen's Tomb. He doesn't make anything in general. Yeah, no, he buys a startup that's making something cool and then neuters it. He's actually like the EA Games of tech startups. He makes weird tweets. He's pretty good at being a bit of a meme lord, but that's about it. I'm glad you've become less of an Elon Musk fan, Animal. I'm glad you saw some sense. Well, this is still flowing. Once all those like side bits make it to the end, and this front bit starts to get to that top side, be less worried about whether or not this fills up all the way. I'm always worried about whether or not the lava's gonna have enough flow to make it to the end of the thing that it's going to. I mean, people have tried to make clones of Twitter, and it's never actually gone that well. The only social medias that seem to catch on as well, or catch on well these days, are things like Discord, where it's less of like an open social media and more of like a, yeah, you can make a room and talk with a bunch of people. It's like more like enclosed chat rooms, less of a like big like I think after Facebook and Twitter too, people are starting to be like much less interested in the very public facing style of thing. But maybe I'm wrong there, but that's the way it seemed to me for a while. At least this dwarf is repentant. It's actually, this miner is improving while being in prison. Can you get a tour of this fort? Sure. It's a rather large one. Had it running for a couple weeks now. It goes all the way up to here. I haven't actually finished the top bit of it. Because I kind of ran out of materials and then got sidetracked with other projects, and I'm working on this bridge to go across here to this other side. I was going to extend that out into the library, make the library over there, but I need to finish the bridge first, and I'm out of diorite right now, so I can't actually work on it. But on this side, if I go down, that's where the bodies go, in that area that we're carving out there is going to be the Queen's Tomb, because the Queen always demands a large tomb. I'm currently... Oh, actually, this is the bedroom layer. Down here is going to be the lava forges. I have another lava forge right now, and this is going to be the lava forge reservoir once it's done. If I go down a little bit, this is where I dispose of bodies, which I need to dispose of some more. But Not all of them, actually. I need some of these in case artifact. And then down to here is where the current lava forges are. And it looks like my... And that's the current reservoir. Hi, Hobo. And then it goes down to here, where we find candy.
Neat.
When it rains, it pours.
Sub. Currently grinding Cult of the Lamb. Does this fort have a gimmick?
Trying to annihilate some goblins that killed my mountain home, but I just became the mountain home, so I just completed the current gimmick. So I'm trying to figure out a new one aside from just annihilate goblins. Alien Slayer, hello, how are you? Although this is in the same world as all of the last major fortress that I did. So it's in the same world as like the Crimson Pulley and all that stuff. Hope you're liking Cult of the Lamb. I took one look at it and was like, that's not for me. Not World Conquest. Absolutely not World Conquest. No interest in World Conquest. Just the goblins that killed my mountain home. No reason to attack anybody else. Also, I want to play the other factions, so it would be real boring if I killed everything. Like, really boring. I didn't look up much, but you trusted Devolver in the game. I trusted a Devolver game to be good. I mean, it looks well polished. Like, it looks fine. Just, I don't know. Everybody's streaming it. I'm like, I don't want to watch it. That's the problem that I've run into. Whenever a game's super popular that I have no interest in, it's always just like, god damn it. Everybody's streaming it. It's sort of like whenever Riot Games releases a new game and it's like, man, I don't want to play that. But, like, everybody's fucking playing that. What? Come on. All right, what did you do? Conglomerate blocks, red panda leather, alpaca wool, 2 different types of wood, lapis lazulis, wood, and adamantine wafers. We're going to get an adamantine artifact. Chat, any bets on what it's going to be? We already have one. The other one is a warhammer. Which is basically a useless waffle bat. It's a metalsmith's forge. Lava forge. Hoping for a chair, and then I can give it to the king and the queen. Also, thank you very much for being the 3rd resub of the day. We just doubled the number of resubs we got in the last 2 minutes. Well, that's not totally true. In the last 8 minutes. Because Animal resubbed 8 minutes ago, and then you resubbed. Thank you much. But yeah, it's kind of neat. We got the king and queen in this fort, and they're from a previous... what's their highest mutable? I'm not going to look at that because that's cheating. I said guess. I'm not going to answer the question for you. Of course I could go look it up, but that would ruin all the surprise and fun of it. When, what's the word I'm looking for here? I don't know. Helm? Yeah, see, now that's a guess. See, someone understands. Scholars visiting. I enjoy the surprise of Dwarf Fortress, which is part of the reason I don't use Dwarf Therapist. Ruins all of the fun. I already gimmick and game this game enough. I don't need more. Maybe an earring? True. Could be a bracelet. Can one make golden armor, weapons, and tools in this game? No, but artifact armor can be gold. It's not the sort of thing that you want to make into armor, though. Okay, that's fucking rad. That's fucking rad. Gold or an adamantine chain. It's worth a lot. The noble modesty. That's so fitting, considering we just got the nobility in the fortress. It's a noble modesty. It's modest for a noble. I fucking love that, actually. Hey. This is an adamantine chain. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with pecan wood and encircled with bands of adamantine. This object menaces with spikes of almond wood, peach wood, and alpaca wool, and red panda leather. On the item is an image of Toulon, treaty partners, the dwarf, and Cinere cactus yells, the rock, in lapis lazuli. Toulon, treaty partners, is cringing. Cinere cactus yells is laughing. The artwork relates to the ripping of the dwarf Toulon treaty yells right lower arm by the rock. Cinere cactus yells in 94. On the item is an image of Inual Archboot, the dwarf, and Sunray cactus yells, the rock, in conglomerate. Sunray cactus yells is striking down Inual Archboot. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Archboot by the rock cactus yells in the heliotrope point in 112. The monarch is a dwarf named Elomino, who is one of the first 7 dwarves of the first fortress I did in this faction. And then the outpost liaison is Wilmer, who's another dwarf from that same fort. You know what? We started kind of digging down here. Maybe I should go down to here and dig out living quarters for the... terribly large square. Gold armor and such can be used for rituals and festivals. I don't know how much you figured out about how artifacts work, but that's extremely rare and difficult to do. So, like, it would be very unlikely to actually acquire gold armor. But you could mod the game to be able to make it, but because the way the game does, like... what's the word? Because the way the game processes damage, gold is a really bad material to have as a weapon. It's too soft. It doesn't. It's not. What's the word? Sharp enough, and it's too. Except for maybe like a warhammer, but even then, it's like getting hit with a lead bucket. Like it would just bend. We're just gonna dig out this layer, and if I don't hit an aquifer, we're gonna build the king and queen's living quarters in there. And they usually go for things they favor. Yeah, no, see, like, you can... I mean, the easy way to do it, actually, is you just jump into your inventory and you forbid everything that... just building that chain so no one fucking steals it. Usually an easy way to get around that is you just forbid all of the metals that you don't want them to use. And that cheats it, because if they only have one option, they'll settle. Otherwise, they will go for the thing that they favor, or the most valuable one if they have a greedy streak or something. But if they like copper and you have copper, they'll go for copper, unless there's no copper, in which case then they'll go for the most valuable. So you like what you can do is just forbid things, but I just like to let them make the thing that they want to make because it's their artifact, right? Every now and again, if I have like a weaponsmith, I'll be like, all right, I'm forbidding everything but the adamantine. But I very rarely do that. You can't break it? I would rather have like a gold door though. You know, or something that's like a piece of furniture or something. Although it's really funny when you have like a furniture artifact and you construct it, and then like a troll tries to topple it because they can knock over furniture, but they can't knock over legendary furniture. So it's literally like they'll just sit there like trying to knock it over, and they'll just get stuck next to it, and you can run up to them and beat the crap out of them. Also, keep it that investigative journalism, Arch. Artifact furniture is so cheesy. It kind of makes me sad that we can't make food artifacts, because then we could have artifact cheese. Do you need to be lucky enough to have an armor smith who favors gold? Yes. Or have a lot of gold and no other metals, and an armor smith that makes an artifact. I actually prefer named weapons over artifact weapons, though, because, like, if I make, like, I don't know. To help everyone else do. Yeah, Arch. You know me, I just speak, no thunk. What's it called? My favorite type of artifacts are like lesser artifacts or named artifacts. The artifacts that are just like, oh, it's a dwarf that is in the military, and because military dwarves can't make artifacts while they're military dwarves, because that would be really annoying to have like, sending the army out to war, and then, by the way, I gotta make an artifact back at 5. So they remove the ability for military dwarves to like just run off and go make an artifact like that. And there was an older episode of the DF Talk podcast where Tarn mentions that, and he's like, so that's why they added in the naming of weapons. I prefer named weapons over artifacts usually because it increases their value and makes them a named historical item, but also then it keeps track of the kill counts and who got what kill with it, which I fucking love. I love to see that sort of stuff. Like if I just go to one of my soldiers, let's just say, or is a good one, like Hydra Slayer. So this is, wow, you need new clothing. This is Hydra Slayer has Ves Ogoth in their right hand, which is an adamantine short sword, which is covered in Nogoking Thief Bites Goblin Blood. It's got 5 notable kills and 31 other kills, and 2 dwarves have used it. The swords dwarf Tulon Umev Tob in 222, who got 25 kills with it in that siege against 600-something goblins, beak dogs, and trolls. So a dwarf got 25 kills with it, died in that siege, and then Avus, who then got nicknamed Hydra Slayer for killing a Hydra, took it after that fight and killed a Hydra with it, which that's the kind, I like that stuff more than artifact weapons, because artifact weapons often don't end up being that good. That siege was ridiculous, by the way. I actually have a short on my YouTube channel from that siege, which I can link if you guys. This thing. I know people don't often like shorts, but it's like eat my shorts, but watch my shorts. How am I? I'm okay. Slept pretty terribly, but that's just kind of becoming par for the course at this point. How are you? Hopeful Destroyer, and welcome to the channel. What are you hopefully destroying? I'm hopefully going to destroy a bowl of pasta in about 4 hours. Maybe 5. Also, Arch, this is the first time I've seen somebody use the multi-forums thing. Never seen anybody use a thread before on Discord. Not once. Stuff's way too entertaining to me. We also haven't been sieged yet today. Mayhaps I should go smack up some goblins again and maybe they'll come siege me. I have a peasant. Apparently. Ew. How does the queen feel? Angry after gotten... Wow, she just keeps getting into arguments. Keeps getting into arguments. I wonder who with. Interesting. It is now summer. Animal, were you able to sleep at all? Because I remember you were just like, you're going to bed, and now you're just like, sleeping is hard. Hope you're able to get some sleep. Last 3 days have been rough for me. Insomnia's been all like, yo, sup, homie? And I'm like, I hate you. Being my friend. No sleep yet? Yikes. That's rough. How many species? As in, like, animals or citizens? Because we have dwarves, 1 or 2 humans, and a goblin, and at least 2 elves. As for, like, livestock, I haven't checked in a while. One of the elves is my mare. That will end bad. I'd stay up until you're tired, and then take a 2-hour nap. Just take a power nap. Set like 5 alarms or ask your roommate to come punch you in the nuts when it's time to wake up. But to tell Suey what I told Suey yesterday is, go the fuck to sleep. It's good for you. All right, let's, we're building this into an area for the queen and the king. That'll look all right. Sleep is for the week and the weekends, yes. And most of the other times as well. I like what Arch was talking about last night when he's just like, yeah, I sleep for an average of 8 hours a week. Mostly in about 2 days. Like, sleep for 52 hours and then solid insomnia from here on out. Let's fucking go. Also, it finally happened. I was wondering when this was going to happen. Responding to something on Twitter. A vile force of darkness has thus arrived. All right, well, it's time to lock all of my dwarves inside. Actually, no, not the bottom one, just the top one. Holy shit, trolls. Interesting. Where are these guys from? Oh shit, these guys are from the Dread of Scrapes, the other goblin civ. It's a rendition of the Branded Witch, which, by the way, is an awesome name for a goblin symbol. Masterfully designed image of a goblet. The image is the symbol of the Dread of Scrapes, a goblin civilization. The Branded Witch. I kind of love it. I actually kind of love it. That's kind of awesome. Branded Witch? Yeah, I could see it. I could see it. And the first what, 2-side EP is just called Burned at the Stake. To me, that's less of a punk band and more of like a doom metal band or something. All right, so now we lock ourselves inside. We slam. I can't see my cursor. There it is. Pull that lever. And pull that lever. Burned at the stake? Oh, absolutely. Okay. Pull the first lever. Bottom side is open. Bonk. That's the first bridge shut. The second bridge is shut. What are we up against? The thing that you most appreciate the thing that you most appreciate about the 2-hour chat you had with Zach and Tarn last month is that now you know how long it takes to generate a 1,000-year world? What, on premium? Or because, like, I did it on the stream? I can't even remember what year count that world was at by the time I was done. It was on this install, though. Oh, about 1,000 years. True. It was just under 1,000 years, actually. It's not that big of a siege. Not too bad. Yeah, no, I did. Well, I mean, in premium, World Gen is gonna take about 20 minutes. Yeah, it was 9:50-ish. It finished maybe 10 minutes after the conversation. But this computer is pretty quick at it. That was also a large world. So, beak dogs, goblins, and a troll axeman. Is maybe the coolest part of that whole thing. This is the first siege of today, though. There's the troll axeman. I like it when you have like a kind of neat unit like this. Wrong. Because like, he's got his own squad. Look at that. They're following him specifically. They're following this. Yeah, this boy troll here, specifically. Must be some higher up individual in this faction, because look at how he's walking. Got a line of goblins following him specifically. Whereas these ones are all just rushing in for the attack, going, charge! Where's that one? Hanging back. Like a guard squad. Got an iron cap, copper halberd. Kind of awesome. Yeah, this is the goblin that I have in this fort. He's my broker. But I'm glad you liked it and that you appreciated it. You know, it's genuinely, I think some of the most important is maybe the easiest way to put it. Content that I make. I've also been considering making a podcast RSS feed for them, but they don't happen often enough that it's really worth it. But I do put the audio up separately for my patrons, so if people want the RSS feeds, they can get them there. Hello, Fallen Kingdoms. Yo, Fallen Kingdoms, I want to show you something. That's you. You're my most talented commander, by the way. Four batches of pizza dough? Can I have two? Or just maybe a slice of pizza? How many pizzas does a batch make? Check. Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. You were one of the few survivors of a siege against a goblin fortress that had a demon in it. And you and your squad, Fallen Kingdoms, clashed with, it was like 9,000 trolls. Actually, I think it was about 4,000 trolls. You clashed with about 4,000 trolls and slayed a few hundred of them before half your squad died. Battle-hardened veteran, I say. You're giving 2 batches away at work? Damn. They must like you. That or you really like your work. Or you're trying to get a raise. Or all of the above. Where'd the Roll Axeman go? Wow. Why is this dude hanging back? This is kind of cool. Bunch of dwarves died on that fight. It's like 6 of your squad came back, I think. So you lost 4. So I'm guessing a lot of you guys haven't seen the defenses we have for this base just yet. Hope that you guys like it as much as I do. Might need to send my military down. So those 2 are running up ahead. 3 are running up ahead. Normally it's the trolls that run ahead. We just need to get the majority of them in here though, and then we'll be fine. Yeah, we need to send the military down. Fried beak dog? Oh yeah, seared beak dog. Charcoalized beak dog. I love the fact that like we are the mountain home now. We have the king, queen, and outpost liaison, and they are 3 dwarves from or 2 dwarves from a previous fort. That's my favorite part of this fortress right now. All right, the military coming down. And like the where are you? Fill and fill. Fallen Kingdoms. You're using a Adamantine short sword. You're the 3rd person to use it. The Swordmaster Cole Athersmith, who died in 222, got 36 kills with it. 36 kills with that sword. And then you, as the name Fallen Kingdoms, got 21 kills with it. You used a different weapon before that. for a total of 56 kills and 1 notable kill. Well, the mountain home of this faction got destroyed, so it was rather easy to best the mountain home. Schmack. Haven't even made, like, the proper space for the king and queen just yet. Cutting stuff up. Cutty, cutty. You know, we could probably just win a fight versus these dudes. Gonna wait until those trolls are in there, that'll be enough. Could wait for that goblin squad, but that might be too long. I don't really want to lose soldiers that I don't need to lose. So they're gonna crash through all of these trolls. All the way up into martial trance. Oh, I thought that they were dying over there, but they're just, like, fighting. Okay. Back up, dwarves. As the dwarves book it. Need you guys to get out, then we can turn the squads back on. What squad are you in? The free seals. Okay, so I'll turn the free seals back on. Wait, no, what? Oh, that's the Gilded Messiahs, not the free seals. CT. BD, there you go. That dwarf can just down the rest of those trolls there. Now back up. It's going good, Bob. Just trying to finesse some combat. Okay, so that dwarf there is coming over to pull this lever. Set that one to be done now. 1 troll made it through, that's fine. 2 made it through, that's also fine. Turn them back on. Lever's been pulled. Door slam shut. Right now. We remove what's left. They're all pathing in, which is good. Slam that gate shut. Can actually turn off the burrow now. Let the dwarves go back to what they were doing. And Kentucky Fried Goblin begin. Oh. Wrong lever, actually. Although there is actually one small problem. And that is... this is still filling. Meaning I don't have as much lava as normal. But that should be fine. I don't see that being a huge issue. But regardless, there she blows. That's my weapon. You can't really do better than molten rock. And Elamino mandated the construction of maces. I like this queen. Should have enough for 2 steel maces. Not the best material, but we'll work with it. Oh yeah, all in one. Well, I mean, we didn't quite get all of them, but that's fine. I mean, these all get run down not too far underground and then just chucked into the lava sea. Although I need to pull this center lever. B-Lug has been re-elected. Still the mayor. Still the mayor. A silly picture on Twitter. Hoping I got enough of them. A few of them on fire right now. Good. Like, most of the beak dogs are in there. Only a few trolls are left. Are those two climbing over it? I think they might be. That, or they just happen to be... Yeah, there just happens to be no lava directly underneath them. The bodies start exploding. That's what the color is. The red and the blue. Blues are troll corpses. The red is goblin corpses. Because when they catch on fire, they burn. And then when they burn, the blood boils. And then the bodies go like this. That's what that is. It's boiling blood. Exploding and evaporating. But yeah, the problem that I have right now is this is not actually filling as quickly as it normally would. Because a lot of the lava is being rerouted into down here. Which is actually slowing the filling process of this. Because I kind of hoped that this would just be done filling by the time all this up here needed to be used next. But we'll just let it run. I mean, there's quite a lot of lava in this, so there should be enough. Let's just get rid of all that. As we continue to dig out this area down here, it's going to be used as the King and Queen's bedroom. They get an adamantine armor stand. The nicest bed I've made, which in this case is a sandpaper wood one. 1, 2, 3, 4 brass cabinets. And we're going to start smoothing this whole area. We're going to construct walls for them. We'll build those afterwards. Well, this goblin's just like, glad I didn't get in there, jeez. Oh no. It's not quite got enough. It's still overflowing though. Yeah, there's plenty. It's just filling slower than it would normally. But yeah, these are my favorite kinds of defensive structures. These, it kills, it cleans, and it disposes, and it leaves only the pieces that I want. Those are the best kinds of body disposals. Can you ask if there's any benefit to setting up a dining hall and dormitory in the guild halls? Do you want them to eat in there? They get extra happy thoughts for dining in a dining hall specifically, but it's mild. It's not major. There's a slight benefit. They will prioritize eating in places that are labeled as a dining hall. So if you want to attract more people to a specific spot, yes, but just make sure that it's assigned to not to at least citizens and long-term residents only in the location screen. Because if it's not, then a lot of dwarves won't be able to get there, and they'll be trying to path there and can't. So yeah, technically, setting up areas as a dining hall is good because it gives them a slight better lot. It's nothing major, though. It's a very mild thing. But there is benefit to it. I will resize this once we have the walls in, but... Sign bed. King and queen. Well, at least they like their bedroom. 5 cabinets, 5 armor stands. Okay. I like how some of the bones end up on top of the walls after the fights. It's getting there. It's just flowing slow. So yeah, normally they'd all be dead by now. But because I've redirected a bunch of the lava to fill up the soon-to-be new lava forge, this is taking a lot longer than it would normally. There we go. More of them burning. That's what we like to see. Yeah, I usually forget about dining halls, to be honest. But I use them in forts that I intend to stay in for a long time. I found them to be less necessary in the current version just because stress is a much less concerning thing. What's my favorite military loadout? Depends on the materials I have. If I have a lot of silver, warhammers. If I have a lot of steel and iron, swords or spears or axes. If I'm using adamantine, anything that's not a blunt force trauma weapon. I usually just kind of make a bit of everything and just let the dwarves choose. I don't generally use ranged weapons, though. Like, I'm not much of a bows or, what's it called? I'm not much of a bow and arrow or crossbow. Unless it's adventure mode. But I do quite... I mostly just kind of let the dwarves have whatever they feel would be best for their particular use case. So I just let them pick whatever they want, generally. Because, you know, usually I find that they know best. I mean, one of the best military dwarves I ever had was named Idun, and they literally had a copper mace, which they just showed up with. And it was terrible, but they became detached to it, and they eventually named it. And I just let them have it. That dwarf got, like, 40-something kills before he eventually died. Like, he was not... Like, he was pretty decked out in, like, good gear aside from that, but because he was attached to the mace, I just didn't make him part with it. So I usually just leave it as individual choice. And then just try and make the best armor that I have available. But I don't like cheesing things, so I won't dupe materials or anything to get more of a specific material. You like letting dwarves choose their weapons too, unless you're RPing them for being a specialist squad or for flavor. Yeah, and I very rarely do specialist squads, but I'm more or less the same there. Okay, so that's the siege done, meaning I can go up here and I can pull this lever. Means Dwarf does that. And now the floodgates are shut, meaning this will just fill itself up. And once it's full, the bottom will start filling again faster. And I can pull this back drain lever to dump it all out the back. Just like this. Like wagons or babies. Yeah, I mean, like, I always love to tell the story of the forgotten beast I had die to a hamster corpse. There was a dead hamster on the ground, and a dwarf literally just went, pick up, whoop, and it crushed the forgotten beast's brain. It wasn't a particularly scary forgotten beast, but we won. The goblins invaded it and killed it, so now we're the mountain home. Long live Threatdweller. See, top left, mountain home, Threatdweller. Long live Threatdweller. We have the king and queen and the outpost liaison. But the fun thing about this faction is because the original mountain home was killed, one of my other forts became the mountain home before I made this one into the mountain home just now. So I have the what's it called? The king and queen were previous dwarves from a previous fort of mine, which is kind of awesome. There they all go, and the bodies explode. They all left the map yet? Probably just leaving. Yeah, they are just leaving. Meaning I can open this. And I can open this. Yeah, it's kind of rad. Although the sad part is now there's only 4 forts in this faction, and 3 of them are mine. And one of them is a helix. So there's literally no forts left in this faction. So this fort that you see is the only things left in this faction. So we're at war with these goblins down here that are behind my camera. And the goal is to annihilate this entire army of goblins and then maybe start like 5 forts in an hour and then just let this fort like repopulate itself. Or let this faction repopulate itself. That's the goal. I mean, there's also always the classic Dwarf Fortress shenanigan of I'm just going to Google this because it's easier to find it. The massive classic of a spinning lion corpse strikes the lion in the upper body, bruising the muscle and jamming the left false rib through the left lung and tearing apart the left lung. The lion is having trouble breathing. The lion corpse is firmly lodged in the wound. So this dwarf killed a lion and threw the dead lion at another lion to kill the lion with the dead lion. I think this was I'm assuming this is it looks like an adventure mode moment. But, yeah, this is a Dwarf Fortress classic moment of the dwarf killing a lion by throwing a lion at a lion. And you know what? I'm pretty sure he wasn't even lying about it. Hex. The Swords Dwarf has bestowed the name Nonshutserik upon an iron shield. Improvised weapons. Yeah, that's definitely something was improvised there. Some John Wick shit. Welcome to Dwarf Fortress. There's some John Wick shit. Oh. Iron coffin. Sarcophagus. 1. Yeah, 1. Sure that wasn't an anime betrayal? Throwing the corpse of a potential friend and to kill another thing? Not that I know anything about anime or betrayals. I sent the fighter skill, the one that allows you to improvise. I sent the fighter skill, the one that allows you to improvise weapons. Oh, what skill is that? Because that's improvised miscellaneous objects. You know what I was thinking about last night while I was having trouble sleeping, chat? Is that all of the people who start playing Dwarf Fortress when it comes out on Steam are going to play Dwarf Fortress on Steam for, I don't know, half a year to a year, and then suddenly get a second game for no cost. Because that's really what adventure mode is. It's a second game that a lot of people don't realize is part of the game because they just assume Fortress mode is the game. Because I guess the game is called Dwarf Fortress. It's not called Dwarf Adventures, which doesn't roll off the tongue anywhere near as well as Dwarf Fortress. So I just kind of expect that a lot of people are going to be like, oh my god, there's another game in this. When you think about it that way, that's kind of rad. Kind of envious. What do you mean you can't get your head around it? Can't get your head around adventure mode? Or you can't get your head around the miscellaneous object skill? I mean, there's lots of things in adventure mode I can't get my head around. Adventure mode is obtuse and, as Tarn says, a weird beast. And that's its biggest fault, is it's this really strangely designed, oddly built, UI obtuse, bizarre piece of software. So, I don't know. If you at the end of the day, it's like I would just look at the wiki page for it, and if you can't wrap your head around it, I mean, it's basically just like pick up rock, throw rock, the skill. But you could also like pick up, I don't know, piece of furniture or door or a piece of wood. I can play adventure mode, but whenever I play adventure mode, I find I just spend more time staring at the hotkeys because that's just how I end up playing games like that. I've never really taken the time to get good at it because chat just falls asleep and I haven't done it off stream yet. But I can play adventure. I can play adventure mode competently enough to like make a party of adventurers and get them mostly safely from one place to another. Maybe fight a couple creatures along the way, butcher a couple corpses, cook a like meal or two on some campfires, catch some fish, make some tools, and then park them in another fortress. I'm pretty good at that, but that's about the limit of my adventure mode skills. I'm not one of those people who can like, you know, take down entire armies by myself or I know someone named Pythania, and they're really good at adventure mode to the point where like, oh, they're just playing as angels because like they took over a fun spire and like they have angels and like godly metals and shit. And it's like, I don't know how you did that, but like, good for you. Bismuth bronze as a trade good? I mean, nothing is worthwhile making as a trade good outside of roleplay because like sandwiches are more valuable than literally anything. So no, nothing is worthwhile as a trade good. If you have fun making it and enjoy the process of making the trade good, then it's worth it. Otherwise, no. Play Dwarf Fortress. You don't think you're ever going to play Dwarf Fortress because the control seems too hard? Well, I mean, it's going to have full mouse support in, like, the next 6 months. So, I mean, if the controls seem too hard, is the mouse too hard? I mean, if you're typing in my chat, you already have all the tools you need to play Dwarf Fortress right now. It takes a while to learn, and it's obtuse, but it's not impossible. It's actually just Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing 3 Hard Mode Edition. That's what Dwarf Fortress actually is. And it's not really as bad as people make it out to be. It's just really obtuse. Unnecessarily so. You just relax when gaming? Dwarf Fortress is an extremely easy game. It's just obtuse. Think about Dwarf Fortress like this. If you've ever seen the video game Civilization, any civilization, doesn't matter which one. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. If you've ever seen it, now forget everything you've ever learned about Civilization and ever thought about Civilization. All right? Then you go over to you're somewhere where Civilization is installed, and it's somebody else's save file. And you launch the game, but it's on the second to last turn of the game. And they tell you to win. But you don't know what any of the icons mean. You don't know what any of the buttons do. You don't know what you don't even know whose units are yours. And it's super confusing and scary and daunting. And then you just kind of give up. That's more or less the equivalent of what happens to the majority of people who play Dwarf Fortress right now. Because Dwarf Fortress looks really daunting, and the control scheme is really daunting. But the game itself is extremely easy. With a little bit of time put in to learn the basic mechanics, it's extremely easy. And once the barrier to entry of you have to use BCWUMKH to make walls a certain size, once that barrier is gone, and it'll just be click a button, drag, that barrier is going to be gone for most people. The game itself of Dwarf Fortress, unless you settle in a haunted biome next to a zombie-filled tower, is pretty damn easy. I think a lot of, it's funny because a lot of people like to compare Dwarf Fortress to RimWorld a lot of the time. I think that's a terrible comparison. RimWorld is a game that is inspired by Dwarf Fortress in some basic aspects of its gameplay, but in practice is completely different in its execution, to the point where I think a better comparison for Dwarf Fortress is Stardew Valley, with a little bit of a survival in there. It's much more about just role-playing and learning about the stories and the histories of your dwarves. In fact, you can play Dwarf Fortress without actually playing Fortress mode or Adventure mode. You can play Dwarf Fortress by simply generating a world and going into Legends mode and literally reading do-it-yourself fantasy world Wikipedia, which is literally what Legends mode is. It's a generated fantasy world that is wholly unique to each generation, and you can just spend time in there and learn about your world and be perfectly entertained. So I wouldn't say never when it comes to Dwarf Fortress, because Dwarf Fortress is way less ridiculous than a lot of the memes and stories and tales make it out to be. The game does itself a disservice by being visually obtuse and abstract. Once you remove that abstraction and that obtuseness, the difficulty just vanishes. And, like, you could settle on a desert island that has literally no threats on it, or generate a low savagery world that has very few threats in it, disable necromancy, disable were creatures, disable vampires, and just build a fucking fortress and watch it like an anthill. Like, Dwarf Fortress is contortable to the point where, like, if you don't want any of the major scary evil threats, you can just remove all of that stuff. You can disable all of that. If you don't want to worry about figuring out what your dwarf needs to make an artifact, you can disable artifacts. And right now, it's like you can do all that stuff in the game currently. The problem is, in order to do that stuff, you need to, well, I'll show you. You need to go to, well, in my case, my desktop. I need to go to the current installation of Dwarf Fortress. I need to go here. I need to go here. I need to go here. And then I need to open this file and edit this file to make certain changes. And then I need to go into this file and edit more things to make other changes. And there's other files in these raw files that changes even more things, like your world generation. Change the way the worlds generate. But this is all going to be moved out of things that practically need a hex editor into just an options menu. Take care of the children then? I mean, see, like, you're the one who said that you like to relax when you're gaming and you're a casual gamer. So I'm just explaining to you how this game can be contorted, but whatever. It's a much easier game than people think it is. There we go, that's finally full, so this can actually do its job now. I mean, like, at the end of the day, this is what Dwarf Fortress Classic is going to look like. This is going to be the free version. It's like, yeah, this looks scary, but it's going to have full mouse support. So not only will Premium look like an approachable pixel art game, but this, which by default looks more like this, is going to be significantly more approachable. So, never say never. Because this is an endlessly replayable, fascinating fantasy game simulator. But it's also very moddable. I'm bummed out by how long it's taking these pumps to do their job. Now, Escape from Tarkov, that's a game I'll never play because that's for people who are good at video games. This is just a game for people who are good at reading Wikipedia pages sometimes. Speaking of, Dwarf's still in prison? Nope, okay. What is Rith doing? You were a wrestler? Not bad. Considering this dwarf did a bunch of time in prison, you're doing all right there, dwarf. The ease of modability gets discovered? Well, I mean, the modability is for Dwarf Fortress is like, you want to add a creature to the game? Okay, you add a notepad file with like 4 lines of text to your game files. And then Premium, I guess, will need to have a sprite associated with that. That's it. That's all that you'll need to mod this game. Becomes very angry. It's confident under pressure. First keeps on counsel. Doesn't really reveal personal information. Tends to hold on to grievances. Doesn't often feel envious of others. Join the military. You know what I mean, Air. Because Coke's already in the game. That's why, and Coke is better. Although I don't actually like either. Coke or Pepsi. They're both kind of bad. This needs more flow. Needs more flow! So what I think I'm gonna do it's gonna cancel a whole bunch and it's gonna be annoying. Chiropractor's, you got a chiropractor's appointment? Well, you have a good one. Enjoy the cracking. I think that's what you do at a chiropractor. I've never been to once. I've just seen YouTube videos from time to time. Okay, so let's do from here. There. This might kill a dwarf in the process, but eh. For the better flow? Well, it's not just that. It's I can't get migrants anymore because I am the mountain home. Mountain home? I am the mountain home! Which means I can't get more dwarves. Some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. Yes. I don't know if I'm willing to make that sacrifice. Bam, bam, bam. It's too hot in here, but it's not quite hot enough to turn the air conditioning on. Oh, blacksmith has been taken by a Feymud. It's like, why did the game stop moving? Wait, hold up. It's weird that there's miasma coming from there. Cut gems. Oh, that's the problem. Let's cut lapis lazuli. Cut rose quartz. Let's cut pink tourmaline. we are going to follow you with the strange mood. And I'm going to go take a real quick leak because I need to pee. Back in a sec. All right, I'm back. Did you get everything you needed, Dwarf? Whoa! I must have adamantine wafers? I don't think I've ever seen a dwarf specifically ask for adamantine wafers. I should have at least one adamantine wafer. Yeah, I do. How many do you have? Well, you haven't taken it yet, so what else do you need? Probably just needs more cut gems. Yeah, well, I've got dwarves cutting gems now. Or I got a dwarf cutting gems. That's kind of crazy. I don't believe I've ever seen a dwarf specifically request that. Expensive dwarf. Expensive tastes. But as far as kids taking years to mature, yeah, it's a big debuff, but I don't plan on spending 500 years in this fortress, so it's not so bad. Also, I can still get people other ways. Still get visitors, and they sometimes ask to join. So as long as I keep getting visitors, we're fine. We're not, like, doomed or anything. Also, if things do get real bad, I can reclaim and retire, which resets a bunch of stuff. Another thing that I can do is I can 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. Another thing that I can do is I can retire the fortress and play some adventurers and walk them here if I really want to keep playing. Or I can go make other forts in the same area on the same faction and then reclaim this fortress and we'll get migrants again. But because this faction is largely dead and this is more or less the only location left, it's kind of like a fun challenge fort. Like, this is not an easy fort to play. Oh, there you go. Began a mysterious construction. Square cut pink tourmalines, rose, emerald cut rose quartzites, round brilliant cut lapis lazulis, adamantine wafers. Damn. Well, make us something cool, ya blacksmith. Thanks, Navy.
Enjoy bucks.
Navy being as stealthy. Cheers, man. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Navy? Helping cover my PAX fees. That's, I think, travel covered, actually? Hold on, is that 200? Yeah, that's travel and ticket and business cards. Everything else is just food budget. Thanks, man. $100. Streamer not broke. Well, streamer isn't broke anyway, but streamer can pay off his credit card bill. Is the actual reality. Well, today just got a lot better. I've been sitting here because it's just, you can figure out very easily how much money I've made this week because there's that tip goal up there, and then there's the leaderboards, and that's the money I've made this week pretty much. So that just seriously improved my week. So thank you. But all of these dwarves are running tables and chairs up for the king and queen. They do ask a lot. But, you know, frankly, they are the king and queen of a very illustrious faction, so that's the least that we can do for them. Although, actually, that tomb's ready. Just gotta put that sarcophagus in there. Let's just fly up here. Oh, did they not actually make that? Guess they did not. Let's push that up to the top. Let's remove that because we don't actually have the materials to make that. And fly back down to the... Oh, actually, I can just... jump up to this dwarf. Throw that all up with diorite. Same with that. Diorite. Doesn't really matter. So we're just going to channel down into this, and hopefully it'll just flow underneath without catching them all on fire. That's my hope. Which will definitely increase the flow into this. But first I gotta... well, dig through all of this. Which they should be able to do without being instigated by lava, because it is getting pumped out of here pretty quick. I'm not too worried. Oh, wow. Now we've got an adamantine chain and an adamantine cage. Esm, the blacksmith, has created Mirstallengast. Gnad. A adamantine cage and claims it as a family heirloom. Lovely gift for the king and queen. It's worth 744,000 Zathal. Velvet special. Ooh, it's the Velvet Special. This is an adamantine cage. All Craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with round, brilliant cut pink tourmalines. This object is adorned with hanging rings of rose quartz. On the item is an image of a dwarf in adamantine. On the item is an image of forgotten beasts in lapis lazuli. Very simple, but effective. I really like it. We're going to put that in the King and Queen's dining hall. Big fan. Also, let's see how much I have. I'll check something in here. All right. Let's see how that's filling. All right, it's getting somewhere now. This is maybe going to be too dangerous, but try it out anyway. Actually, you know what? This is too dangerous. Instead, let's do this. I don't feel like losing a bunch of dwarves potentially for dumb reasons. It's like completely avoidable losses are maybe not worth it. Just my 1.5 cents. Really? They can get to that? Oh, yeah, I guess they can go from underneath, which is not what I want them to do. I want them to go from above. You know, it would be way smarter to go from top. But then we'd have to fight with that Forgotten Beast, so... You know, here we are. All right, so... Let's see what the casualty count is of this by the time we're done. And then we'll just seal this little chunk off. We'll be fine. All right. Wish these dwarves luck. I'm just hoping it'll go down and under, which theoretically it should. Heavy emphasis on the word here, theoretically. So... Oh. This is going to allow this to flow a little better and bring more lava in. I love how this dwarf was going to just jump down there and then saw the lava and was like, nope. All right, Zenang, don't fail us. Don't catch fire. Halt before you catch fire. Halted before you catch fire. That's what we needed. Look at that. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Do 2 more. Get another one. Yep. Never mind. All right, now it's too hot. Too spicy, boys. Mission too spicy. I mean, he didn't die. A friend of mine has this patch on his backpack for backpacking that says, "But did you die?" Question mark. Nope, didn't die. Doesn't matter, didn't die. There we go. That'll increase the flow. That will indeed increase the flow. You did, I didn't, and I said. I think if we got more beers in chat, I might have won. The power of beer would have assisted me. I would have had a chance, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be. So it looks like that's going to cause some problems for us eventually. All right, that's good. It's pumping way quicker now. Still going to take forever to actually fill up. Here's to that. Hell yeah. 0 casualties, but we didn't get as much flow as I'd wanted. But hey, you know, is what it is. Operation was successful, more or less. This looks like it's just got a steadier flow now, which is what we need. But yeah, for anybody who doesn't know, the reason I'm going to PAX is because I'm going to do my best to get a meeting with Zach and Tarn, who are going to be doing a demonstration of the premium version of Dwarf Fortress at PAX. They're actually doing a panel on the Friday. That is... Oh, we're saving. I don't know what season it is, but we're saving. They're doing a demonstration of the premium version of Dwarf Fortress at PAX on the Friday, which is going to be live streamed. I won't be there on the Friday. I'll be here. I'm going to try and edit something, and then I leave on the Saturday, and I will spend a day at the convention on the Sunday. And if I can't get a meeting with Zach and Tarn, I'll at the very least get a meeting with Kit Fox and see if I can get my hands on the game itself for a little bit. Thanks for the $2.06 audio. Cheers, mate. I didn't even know you were here. Appreciate the lurks. Did the sound bit break? It hasn't had a sound in ever since the DMCA started happening, so 2 years ago. Because that one used to always mute my stream. It used to also get me content ID'd on YouTube, so haven't had a sound for that in a very long time. Oh no, it didn't break. It's been deleted. Apologies. Spooky, scary skeletons sends shivers down your spine. There you go. That's what it used to be, because that's the number of bones in your body. 206. All right, so let's go back up to here. Sign table to the queen. Or rather, the king. Now it just needs weapon racks and a mausoleum. Armor stands. And then a tomb. I kind of love that the king and queen get buried together, though. But how's your day been, Audio? Hope your day's been good. We got to play through all the Game Jam games this morning. And now we're just, you know, chilling. Although I got a new game to try out in a little bit. I think we'll do a little bit more Dwarfs today, and then we're going to take a look at the new game after that. I'm going to be checking out this thing. Which is like pixel art stalker Escape from Tarkov. But single player. And I have no idea how to say the name, so. Works frustrating with a few things, but you get past it. Get past it by slapping a screen with animes on it. Lots to figure out in a short time. I feel you there. I've like just ordered business cards for the first time in, oh my god, since like 2016. Which is the weirdest part about going to PAX, actually, is that I've bought business cards. Like, it's been so... The last round of business cards, like, I still have like 1 or 2 left from that group of business cards. The weird thing is, they were from before I was a Twitch partner. So it's like, they don't say Twitch affiliate, but they're from so long ago. So I was like, well, I guess I need new. I need new business cards. That was like a million years ago, 2018. Somebody I sort of know, their game got a 10 out of 10 on Edge Magazine, and they're just like having a conniption fit on Twitter. Not that I blame them. I mean, I would too. What do they say now? Blind IRL Twitch partner, and then my real name, and then a QR code, which links to my Twitch stream. All right, you got a royal mausoleum. You need it to be a royal mausoleum because right now it's just a mausoleum. So let's go thunk, and that'll make it royal probably. Let's see how the lava's doing. Oh, I lava this. This is looking much better. But yeah, no, I don't have them yet. I ordered them from Staples. They'll be ready early next week. You have a meeting in 9 minutes. You're not sure you'll be able to get a hot dinner. Oh, no. Although with the way the weather's been, you sure you want that? Maybe cold dinner better. But yeah, no, they have various images that Cooler has sent me over the years on them. Something that I might do with them is once I get those patches to send out to patrons, I might, because I'm probably not going to use anywhere near, because I ordered 250, which was because they had a deal where it was like an extra $5 and I get an extra 150. It was like $20 for 100 business cards, or like $28 after taxes for 250. So I'm getting 250 business cards. I'm not going to use all of those at PAX. No fucking way in hell. So, I mean, I'm maybe going to use like a dozen at PAX. So once I get those patches that I've ordered, that I'm going to send out to patrons, I'm thinking, and just selling as well, I'm thinking about just adding in a business card. I might just ship them to people. Because, like, fucking, when's the next convention I'm going to go to? Maybe PAX next year. I'm not going to go to TwitchCon. I'm definitely not going to Paris for TwitchCon next year. Mostly because I don't really want to go to Paris, and also, I don't really want to go to TwitchCon. So, yeah, that's kind of something I'm just planning on doing, is just, like, let's just fucking stick them in the envelope and ship them. Because they're not expensive, and I'm going to be covered in them, and I'm getting 200 patches, so... What's the lava thing I'm making? So this is going to be a layer full of lava once it's full. And it's actually filling now, which is good. And once it's full, it's going to... I'm going to go up to this level right above it. I'm going to channel down into this level. And all of this is going to be turned into basically a forge. So we're going to use it to make glass and metals. I currently have one, but it's very small and in an awkward spot, and I don't like it very much, and it's super ugly. So this is going to be... Well, I mean, this is more mountain home. Deserving of the name Mountain Home than the tiny one. So. What were you going to ask, if I was going to toss them in with the other things? I mean, I might also like throw random pins and shit in them, because like I just have fucking piles of like old Discord pins and things and other various things. So I don't know. I might. And like it doesn't. It's literally to ship a patch in an envelope. Like I can just ship that like a letter. Like that's not going to be a problem. So I can just buy a bunch of prepaid postage. Well, actually, I have 100 envelopes that are all prepaid to mail a letter. So I'll just put the patches in that and seal it and use my label maker that I impulse bought like 2 years ago and just like stick a label on it and then lick the thing and send it. And then you can clone me. No, I'm not going to put locks of hair in it. I'll get ahead of that. If you sign up at the $7 a month tier on Patreon and you're willing to privately give me an address, because I'll be sending out a form eventually, once those all arrive in a couple weeks, I can ship off a whole bunch of things. And then once I'm done sending them off to patrons, I will just sell them for a $10 tip. You ordered a sticker from that place which will remain unnamed, and they wanted like $5 shipping, so you thought, hey, I'll grab another sticker. They wanted $5 more for the shipping. What? Yeah, no, that's... I heard about that for shirts, but for a sticker? Because they ship them separately. They're like... That storefront doesn't know how to ship things as a unit, which is ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. And like, I part of the reason why I really dislike places like merch stores like that is I don't like fast fashion. And that's literally all they are, is just like the most fast fashion. I just kind of feel terrible about it. Like there are some local screen printing services, and I don't know if these patches are a test run. And if they do well and I sell them out, maybe someone could like twist my arm and I'll get some nice t-shirts printed. But we'll see. I don't have anywhere to put it. Maybe once I move in a year. Because in a year, like, for those of you who don't know, a year from now, me, my little sister, her husband, and my sister-in-law are all planning on either buying into or renting a house in a nicer part of town. Because, one, I'm getting tired of living in this part of town. There's absolutely no nightlife, and gang activity ain't great. Like, the number of shootings in the past 2 months is ridiculous. Like a dozen people have died here, all gang related, but like in the last 2 months, and like close to me. Like the last one was like at a motel that's like, it could have like a handful of blocks from here. So it's like, it's not the great, it's gotten kind of bad to live here. And like my little sister's moving back, and I get along real well with my brother-in-law and my sister. My sister-in-law and me are like practically the same person. It's kind of terrifying. Like we all get along real well. So that's something we want to do. Yeah, and I want to have a garden. I mean, that's why I want to buy a place. Like, I'm really just hoping that in the next 365 days, the housing market just completely fucking explodes and everything crashes. And then we can just buy a place. Because, like, between, like, the 4 of us, that's maybe a reasonable ask. So we're trying. We'll see. But I would really like a t-shirt and mail and get some screen printing machines and try to offer solid, not bullshit merch for people. It won't be cheap, but quality shit from places. I mean, you know, there was a streamer, content creator duo, and that got together with a business guy with a little bit of investment, and you know what they started? The fucking Yeti. Which, by the way, is who we're trying to get to do merch for the Hot Potato next year. Streamer commune? Absolutely not. I think I'm the only person who streams, although I've tried to convince my brother-in-law to stream. And the reason I've tried to convince... chat, I'm going to tell you what he does for a living, and you guys tell me if you think he should stream. He's a professional opera singer. Do you think he should stream? I keep telling him, I'm just like, fucking listen to 10 seconds of a pop song and, like, do song requests. Like, dude, just practice on stream. It's like, fucking, no shit. I keep telling him it. He doesn't believe me. He's just like, yeah, no one will care. No one will watch. I'm like, fucking, my guy. 8-bit drummers. Exactly. It's like, fucking, gotta save the voice for big gigs, though. Dude, he's literally he literally practices singing 2.5 hours a day. A day. Just... I mean, it's not like... maybe we shouldn't get him to sing Amon Amarth, but, like... because he needs to not be screaming. No, totally. Like, fucking do to be rich. Like, I'm like, you'll make more money streaming on Twitch than you would... like, than I do. He doesn't believe me. So, maybe once I get him into the same building as me... like, we've already talked about sharing office space, because I'm like, I need to build a sound studio anyway. Like, busking across the globe. Quite literally. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. Just need to, like, not cross our schedules and we'll be fine. Music streamers do great if they're good. And he's good. Like, he's good. The reason they live in Quebec is he goes to university out there. But he's been paid to, like, fly around the planet a couple times already to, like, do shows in France and shit. Well, no, I mean, here's the thing. Have you ever heard of this thing called acapella and record over? You can do that really well. Where he just sings one line, and then he sings over top of it. They pay you to not sing? You know, theoretically, I would say the vast majority of jobs, if you think about it, are paying you to not sing. Very few jobs will actually pay you to sing. You know, like, if you work in food service, they're paying you to not sing. They're also paying you to serve food, but they're paying you to not sing. If you start singing, that's not technically your job. So they are paying you to not do that. They're paying you to do something else. So I would say you guys are also, actually, maybe if I started singing, you would pay me. It's maybe not a good example. But, like, very few jobs do you get paid to sing. But yeah, no, like, he could just listen to something in an ear and just sing it. and then sing over it, and then sing over it, and then sing over it, and then sing over it. You could do that very easily. But I don't know. The actual problem is like he's an opera singer, so he doesn't listen to music. So he just like learns a piece or a thing for a performance and then goes and performs that piece. And he usually ends up working at a church or two, and does like choral pieces as part of a choir, because wealthy churches will hire opera singers to just like show up and make their choir sound not terrible. You can sing show tunes and some rock songs and some swooping tones, but nothing finicky. Yeah, no, like this dude's really fucking good. Like it's to the point where you think that somebody singing in their house as an opera singer would get complaints. He says that like he's spent a day practicing and then gone outside, and his neighbors will just clap when they see him walk out, like an hour after he finishes practicing. Like he's that kind of person. So, I mean, Dragon Force streams, yeah. No, as a band with just a guitarist, yeah, no, totally. I mean, like, although Herman Lee got. Do you remember that time that Herman Lee got a strike and a DMCA takedown for playing his own music on his stream? And then had to change all of the contracts for his music so that he could do that? Damn, we're almost out of booze. Gotta fix this problem. It's actually one of my favorite, like, DMCAs on Twitch was Herman Lee getting his stream taken down for playing his music. But yeah, that's something that we're planning on doing. Also, because like my rent keeps going up, and renting a house, realistically, is probably going to cost us about $3.5 to $4 grand a month. And if my rent goes up by the minimum again next year, I'll be paying what my share of a house would be. Except like I won't have to pay for internet all by myself because we'd be splitting internet 4 ways and shit. Right now, my internet is $220 a month for gigabit fiber and no limits, which is what we go for. And so then that would be split 4 ways and shit like that. So stuff would get a lot more affordable outside of that. Yeah, the MCA is fucked up, but like, covers are a lot more okay. Like, if you are using the actual backing track for a song, yeah, you're gonna get struck. But if you are just playing the song, like, you're fine. Like Chain Brain, he just doesn't play the backing track, and he just because Chain Brain streams all the goddamn time, and he plays metal songs on Rocksmith, but he just doesn't play the backing track. He just plays his portion, which is the lead guitar. And then just like a fake drum machine in the background at the right BPM. And it's totally fine. Don't go this DMCA route? Yep, absolutely. I mean, here's the thing. I'm totally okay with them monetizing music on YouTube and stuff. What bothers me is when they do other things. But something else I want to help him get is I want to help him get voice acting gigs once we live together. Yeah, as long as you're not Universal Music Group, you're probably okay. Like, I'm very specific about the records that I play, but realistically, I could get away with a lot more than I do. Like, any small record label that's like 5 guys in a basement shipping records anywhere, I could probably play. I'm moving out with someone? Absolutely not. And also, you know this. We literally talked about this when we were drinking multiple times. Orange. Or you would, if you remembered. I'm in a year, I'm planning to move in with my little sister, my brother-in-law, her husband, and my sister-in-law, his little sister. but that's in a year. I literally just signed to have this apartment for another year, and the lease, or the next lease, starts on the 1st of next month. So I'm going to be in this apartment for a whole year. 1 more year. And then I'm going to start house hunting in the spring. The ideal goal is to buy a place, but that won't happen unless we have the financial funds. And that won't happen unless, like, my YouTube channel explodes. So let's, like, make my Dwarf Fortress shit go viral so I can buy a house, please. It's tough because you want to collect royalties in case you get radio play. Yep. But there's not enough power to, say, whitelist certain sites or channels. Depends on how you do it. You remember eating shitty ramen? That was pretty shitty ramen. Or rather, it looked like pretty shitty ramen, but that gyoza I had was all right. Is that literally all you remember? Like that and puking? From that day? I mean, it's always been my goal, Taylor. Also, like, there is the, like, fun wrinkle in that as a type 1 diabetic, it's considered dangerous for me to live alone. All of my doctors give me shit for it. Because I could just die in my sleep. Very easily. Or, like, go low and pass out, especially because I smoke weed and shit. Like, I could very easily just keel over one day and not wake up. Very easily. It's happened to my little sister where she's been hospitalized because, like, she went low and didn't realize it and just... So, yeah, it's actually, like, dangerous that I live alone. But, you know. I need my finances to stay the same and or improve to buy a house. We'll see. That... Taking 2 shots at the bar where you use the washroom? Yep. Then you remember calling your sister-in-law to come find us? Yep, because we were... Well, I mean, I was in a city I didn't know and you were drunk. Well, I was drunk too, but... That was fun. I don't know. At least you remember most of it. That's pretty good. You remember the that blues bar that we ended up in too, right? I'm still weirded out by the fact that Quebec has, like, what's it called? Casino machines in bars. I'm very weirded out by that. It's, like, not a thing here. That's super fucking illegal in BC. Like, extremely fucking illegal in BC to have, like, just a bar with slots. Like, ridiculously illegal. Forgot about that until you mentioned it. Yeah, like, because one of the bars that me and Orange went to in Quebec had just slot machines in the back. And that is, like in BC, you can't open a barcade. Barcades are, which is why I always want to go to barcades. When I leave BC, I always want to go to a barcade because barcades are considered something that you could go overboard with. Like, it wasn't a memorable bar now, but, like, I don't know, music was decent and those whiskey sours were okay. But, like, it's like, you can't have barcades in BC because of how, like, the way the gambling laws work. They're too wide and generic, and they consider video games and arcade machines to be, oh shit, my general needs a decent office. I didn't realize that. All right, let's give you a office. And then you need a tomb as well. Pinball, still considered to be potential games of chance. So you can have pinball, but you can't be drinking. So you can have a bar and a pinball place, attached, but you can't take alcohol into the pinball place. Yes, it's pretty dumb. But it's because of the days when, like... It's because of, like, claw machines and shit that are, like, this far from gambling. Like, we have arcades, and we have bars, and we have bars that are right next door to arcades. There is one bar that I know of that has pinball in downtown Vancouver. And they have, like, a fence with a gate. They are scams, yeah. They have, like, a fence with a gate, and there's a sign that says no liquor in this area. Because it's technically a different business. And then they run on tokens, and you pay for tokens, and then you play. But then you just walk back. You go in, you play a couple games, and then you go back and you get another drink, and then you go back and you play some more. But I don't generally go there because that bar kind of sucks, and it's in a crappy part of town. Oh no! Dustus Nigla Narogaz was seen being stolen. By whom? Thief! Stop! Oh no! Not my broker! My broker was seen stealing stuff. Where are you? This guy. Is it still in your inventory? Still in your inventory? My guy! Cease! Halt! Come back! Oh no, you're gonna give it to this guy, aren't you? You're gonna give it to this guy, aren't you? Well, fucking pummel his head in. Good thing the military is all, like, right there. Get 'em, boys! Not so human anymore, are you? Justice. Interrogate the broker. Find out who did it. Who sent you? It's a conspiracy! He's gonna go sleep. Well, good luck. You're gonna get woken up in your sleep for that one. 29 days in prison. Oh, it's not so bad. He's like, I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. I'm going to... not going to bed. I was sleeping. No. It's always out of downtown, about 20 minutes there, but another castle is a great barcade, retro gaming shop in Aurora, north of Seattle. Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few in Seattle. Although, like, what was it? The really big chain of arcade bars shut down during the pandemic. I can't remember the name of it. People always used to book it out during PAX. You drive from Vancouver to there for a weekend? Just get on the goddamn train. Angry after being confined. Dude, you stole it. It's your fault. What, when I go to PAX? Or like Kelsey's place? That's the weird thing about Pink Gorilla for me is I can be like, ah yes, Kelsey's place. Okay, so... The subject revealed that in the midsummer of 2019, subject made an... Wow, for a while, made an agreement with the ancient beard of becoming a citizen of Threatdweller. I like that they reveal that. In 226, an unidentified creature corrupted the subject in order to have an agent in Threatdweller. The unidentified creature met with the subject and made a threat. The subject spurred the law and agreed willingly. Despite being unafraid. Unafraid, interesting. And the subject revealed that in the midwinter, the subject plotted to steal smeared Advale, the raw holes under the influence of an unidentified creature, who I stabbed to death probably, but... No, it's not that they stream, it's, I've met multiple members, well, I guess because they stream, but I've met multiple members of, or employees, I guess, of Pink Gorilla at various Twitch parties. You still live in primitive public transit areas? The way I'm getting to PAX West Orange, I'm going to walk for 5 minutes from my apartment to SkyTrain, okay? I'm going to get onto SkyTrain, which is going to take me to King's Station in downtown in about 30 minutes, right? Little less, actually, about 28 if trains are running properly, but probably closer to 30, 35 if they're running the way they have been recently. Get there, get off, walk across a field, get to a train station, show them a QR code, put my bag through a metal detector or through a scanner, walk through a metal detector, and then get on a train. I will be in Seattle in 3 hours and 40 minutes. And then public transit in Seattle is fine. And the train costs $45 each way. $50 if you want an extra 6 inches of footroom. So it's not, and yes, I paid for the extra 6 inches of footroom. It's not expensive, and it's faster than driving and costs you less money than gas. Yes, I'm literally going from King Station to King Station. Although nobody calls it King Station. It's got a different name, but it's got a giant statue of a king up front of it. So I refer to it as King Station, but what is the official name of the Amtrak station? Pacific Central Station is the official name. The actual reason I'm paying for the extra money for the footroom orange is because the cheaper seats, you face somebody with a table in the middle. The more expensive seats, you don't. That's the actual reason. Tempted to get to PAX to meet me in person, but you would be the only person you know there, and the pandemic across the U.S. is in a tin can at 10K feet. Yeah, I mean, I won't be at the convention on Saturday. I don't know how far you are from Seattle, but yeah, it's just so I don't need to stare somebody in the face while I read my book and play on my play date the entire way down. Three time zones? Not worth it. There will be other opportunities. I will just straight up state, do not do it. Because especially the Saturday, which is the only full, or the Sunday, which is the only full day I actually have there, I will literally be working the entire time. Like, I will be in meetings. I will not be actually outside for the most part. Which means I will be in areas that most people aren't allowed in, mostly. So I would say it's just not worth it. What I would do is wait for something like... What I would do is wait for something like roguelike Celebration to happen, because that's a convention that I want to go to in person that only has about 200 people at it. Granted, I don't think they're going to do it in person for a very long time. I mean, they're not doing one this year, but that's a convention I really want to go to. That's a more than just a, what's the word I'm looking for here? That convention is much more than just a convention. It's like just everything roguelikes, and Zach and Tarn Adams are usually there. That's a thing that I would wait for. Go to that. Don't go to PAX. There's too many people at PAX, especially right now. So I have 10 days to play Zero Civet, however the fuck you say the name of that game. So I think we're going to wait to do that on Tuesday, because I'm 10 hours and 15 minutes into the stream today, 10 hours and 20 minutes today into the stream. I think we're just going to do like maybe another hour in Dwarf Fortress, and then Seavert. There you go. I think we're just going to do another hour in Dwarf Fortress or so, and then play some Cheese Runner, and then call it. I think we're just going to do it that way. Because it's hot in here. I'm tired. And I can mess around with it over the weekend and learn how to play a little bit. Yeah, exactly. Cheese! I'm going to go get me a sparkling water. Be back in a sec. Ah, yes. Well, this thing's finally finishing filling up. All right. I need more. I mean, I just need more. I need more diorite. What I need. Where the hell is all this diorite anyway? Is it the stuff down in the... Right, this magma forge? Is this all diorite? Yes, all this is diorite. All right, well, die, all right. Besides, I don't think you guys are going to complain about extra dwarves. I'm trying to finish that bridge. Do we understand the goblin is the name of a book. Shit, that's a lot of books. This is 100. Okay, so do we understand the goblin? Is a 100-page chronicle is a 100-page chronicle entitled "Do We Understand the Goblin?" authored by Niglusu Relic Fiend. It concerns the demon of factions. Overall, the information is not compiled very well. The work has 5 chapters. First chapter covers the devouring of the beak dog of the demon of factions by the Blizzard Man, Nin Showered Prides, the poetic curse hexes, in the late spring of 99. The second chapter covers the devouring of a beak dog by the demon of factions, or by the Blizzard Man. Oh, sorry. The second chapter. Hold on. Where was I? First chapter covers the devouring of a beak dog in the late spring of 99. The second chapter covers the devouring of a beak dog of the demon of factions by the Blizzard Man, Blanket Heat, the owner of Irons in curse hexes in the late spring of 99. The third chapter covers the devouring of a beak dog of the demon of factions by the Blizzard Man, Nin Shower Prides, the poetic in curse hexes in the late spring of 99. The fourth chapter covers the devouring of a beak dog of the demon of factions by the Blizzard Man, Cave Slaughter, the pungent carnage in curse hexes in the late spring of 99. The fifth chapter, this is a shocking twist, covers the devouring of a beak dog of the demon of factions by the Blizzard Man, Night Humor, the uncertain responsibility of dangling in curse hexes in the White Spring of 99. Do we understand the goblin, chat? I don't know. It seems to be organized quite well as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to shrink this up a little bit and tweet this out. A brief study of beak dog devouring, yes. If anybody wants to retweet that, there's a link-a-dee-doo. That's funny. That is very funny. Absolutely love that. Do we understand the goblin? These dwarves are just like reading about devouring beak dogs. To be fair, we've slaughtered and eaten quite a few of them ourselves. At the Tractor Tavern on the 3rd, bet they're a good show. What? For Seattle? I'm not gonna go to any concerts while in Seattle. As much as I would like to, I'm not gonna be there to party. I need to not get sick, number one, and I need to be productive. It's a work trip. Which means I'm just going to go buy a little bit of cannabis and then, aside from that, behave myself for the most part. Because I need to not go totally nuts. Songkick still has Seattle as one of the shows that you track shows. Still has Seattle as one of the places that you track shows in? Gotcha. I always used bands in town. Zoop. We're getting there. Look at that. It's finally filling up. Thing is, I then need it to get deep enough to actually be full. It's actually filling at a pretty rapid pace now that it's getting close to full. So chat, what do you guys think of my lava reservoir? I think it's pretty rad looking. I don't know about you. I don't know why I'm whispering, but here I am. Considering on this side I had to put a cork in it because there was an aquifer that we hit. On filters by bands you listen to? I think that Bands in Town has that, but... Bands in Town's generally pretty good. At least in my experience. The problem I have with these little sparkling waters, this is a lemon one, is I drink them too quickly. They're very tasty. And then suddenly they're all gone. I'm like, oh man, wow, I drank that fast. Jeez. Whoops. All right. Listen, hatreds, problems in the way with goblins. Let's send 3 squads to go raid this one. We're gonna get back to that. Get back on that horse. Sending dwarves out to go raid things. Although, missions, details, don't loot other items. I really don't want you just stealing 50 pairs of underpants for no reason. Which they do have a habit of doing, which is kind of annoying. Good luck on all those invests. They are tasty and then they're gone. Yep. They're also, these are also like really cheap. Like 12 of these was $4. One of my neighbors is one of those crazy people that goes around collecting cans all the time. So she lives right next door to me, right through this wall. Or through the stair, on the other side of the stairwell through this wall. And I pop out there relatively frequently and just like give her my can. I just leave my cans on her patio. Saves her from having to go down to the thing. You wanted new socks though? I mean, we can just make new socks. How are we doing for cloths? Cloth. 890? Pigtail cloth. Cloth sock, 200. Cloth mitten, 100. There you go. Just grab them. First come, first serve. Like, if I could specify what I wanted them to bring back, I'd do it, but it's like, they'll bring back, like, mortar and pestles and shit. Sometimes random meals. There's only 2 venues you know that you know of here and Savannah and that aren't Ticketmaster and Live Nation garbage. Got you, but they are an insane mix of genres which you appreciate. Not just good old boy music, but some places some places in town. There's the venue that I go to primarily uses their own ticket system through their website, or occasionally they'll use meetup.com or a company called Admit One. But generally they just use their own system. And it's literally like, if you've bought tickets online, you walk in and they go, "What's your last name?" And then they just flip through like a printed off like Google Docs spreadsheet and just like check your name off and give you a stamp. So I was worried about the pandemic making them actually modernize, but they didn't, and I'm quite happy that they didn't. Also, they always have tickets for sale at the door, so just show up with $20 and you're good. You're hoping that you could do... I mean, I guess I'm not the only person who hopes that Dwarf Fortress mechanics exist in other games. You know what I mean? It's like, man, I wish that this Dwarf Fortress mechanic existed in this brand new game that just launched into early access. Man, that'd be nice. I feel that all the damn time. Like, all of the time. We've been streaming for 10.5 hours, chat room. We did like 3 to 4 hours-ish of game jam stuff. The rest has just been dwarfs. It's been a good day. It's been a good day. But yeah, I don't know. Even I don't go to anywhere near as many shows as I used to. Pandemic's just made me such a nervous person around crowds. Like, as much as I'm looking forward to going to PAX, I'm bringing a little bit of weed just specifically so that I don't have a fucking panic attack when I walk into that goddamn building. Although I'm kind of hoping it's just going to be dead fucking empty. Because this is the first time I've ever seen packs not sell out. PAX usually sells out of their 4-day passes the day they go on sale. So we went down and we raided this place. We didn't actually steal anything. We snuck in undetected and stole all their books. And we also stole some livestock. Hell yeah. Way with Goblins was stolen, and Problems and Solutions was stolen. And we stole livestock. The livestock we stole was 14 and 10 beak dogs. Meat's back on the menu, boys. Which means we too can learn the way of the goblin and consume beak dogs. So, and Sunday is always the least busy day for PAX because Sunday is the day that people realize, oh, I've been at PAX for 2 days. I'm exhausted. So it's the day everybody sleeps in. It's the day that people show up late. It's the day that, like, the halls, like, sort of empty-ish after the first rush of Friday, Saturday, which are always the most busy. So I'm just really hoping that all of the PAX patterns happen like they usually do, where Sunday is just quiet, and I can just get in, do all the shit I need to do, and then get out. And not even spend the whole day. Like, if ideally, I will spend more time in coffee shops in Seattle than I will in the convention center. Ideally. But we'll see. It also depends on how much interesting stuff is there. Really depends on that. Okay, so that little runaway bit there is going to be done. Means I think that's where they end. Oopsies. Over here, we're going to make those magma forges. And those are going to be smelters on the right and forges on the left. Damn right. I mean, like, the first time I went to PAX, it was literally like there was a leak 4 hours before, or a leak, I guess, stating, oh, the tickets are going to go on sale in 4 hours. And we literally just sat there and refreshed 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 until they popped up. I bought 2 4-day passes and sold one to a friend, and they sold out in like 8 minutes. After that, I would always get media badges, but I reached out. Oh shit, there's a mountain gnome fighting with a beak dog. The mountain gnome attacks the stray beak dog, but he jumps away. The stray beak dog scratches the mountain gnome. The stray beak dog, oh no, not the mountain gnome. Okay, he made it. He's scrambling away. Run away, gnomey. You stupid little doofus. You gotta live to gnome again, dude. I mean, as you damn well should be. It's like the best sword you could possibly grow attached to. Grows attached to it. Damn right, sir. Like, that lava's moving slowly all of a sudden. Game's paused. Duh. But yeah, it's good to have it's real good to have meat back on the menu. It's lovely that the goblins have such a large supply of it. Became attached to sword. Named the sword. Bestowed the name Nalas Dalzat. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of rambling about PAX. If you guys want to talk about something else, just say so. So I'm down to talk about almost anything else. Oh. I'm just nervous / excited / mad that I'm going, or mad that I have to go, but kind of happy that I'm going at the same time. Like a weird combination of emotions. It's a lot of lava. Yep. Yep, you gotta love it. How's Pilot on this fine afternoon?
Boo! You suck!
You know it. You do know me pretty well. So, be honest, chat. While I'm waiting for this lava to fill in the background, I'm scrolling through the Steam queue. Just want to show you guys the great. I just want to read how unhinged this description is. Living in the big city with a lot of people, somebody are friend who supports you, somebody are not and wants to threatens you or other. Life is not easy. Criminals are not mercy. How can you survive and protect your friends with your hand and your mystery power? It's the great. The great what? We'll never know. How can you protect yourself and your friends with your hands and mystery power? One day we'll find out. Redger has been possessed. Takes notes, yep. Criminals are not mercy. Remember the insight. Yes. Remember, chat, criminals are not mercy. As a criminal, I can confirm I am in fact not the Overwatch character Mercy. Please don't confuse me with them. Google Translate is the best. I wonder if that's even Google Translate. I just... It's certainly something. Speaking of, now I realize that my closed captions aren't working. Redger's claimed a Magma Forge. I had a stroke. Yeah, pretty much. I wonder if that subreddit would accept Steam descriptions. Any dev from anywhere in the world to struggle with writing English descriptions? No, but it's still kind of funny. Like I'm not holding it against them. I'm just saying that it's funny. The difference is I would have just clicked next on the game without actually clicking it or looking at it. But because that description was funny, I showed you guys the description, which is probably more press than that game's going to get for the rest of its existence. So frankly, I think the silly description did it a favor. I certainly don't hold it against them or anything. It's just funny. But I hope work was good today, pilot. We're going to do a little bit more of this, and then we're going to... Yeah, oh well. I don't know, there's dumber languages. Like, all of the made-up languages that are made up for, like, various science fiction series are all pretty dumb. Elvish is pretty silly, and it's pretty fully fledged. The dwarves don't even have a word for dwarf in Dwarf Fortress, meaning that's also pretty dumb. I think it's a gizzard stone. I wonder if that's a beak dog gizzard stone. Oh, it's just a lignite gizzard stone. Interesting. God, Pearl. I mean, that's not a verbal language, but sure. Python's pretty silly, too. What do the dwarves call themselves? We'll never know. It's probably some noun-adjective combo. It's probably like Urist or something. Like Stone Urist, maybe? Stone Dagger. That or Stone Pick, maybe? They call each other's. They call each other inebriations. It's like apparitions, but it's inebriations. What are you? Inebriated. Got it. No, Urist means dagger. Urist is a name, and it translates to dagger. Oh, interesting. They were actually able to figure out who was implicated in that. Huh. Although this is a dumb, like, dwarf language thing that I saw some people figure out and I really like it. Alright, so Redger, making an artifact. They've got Phallite blocks, cave spider silk cloth, lignite lizard gizzard stones, and pig iron? Alright. Sure why you chose pig iron, but I suppose it is what it is. Man, this thing looks rad. You would call him Lamb Stone Baby? Are you Stone Baby, or are you just happy to see me? I mean, come on. I hate it, but, you know, it is what it is. It's a fact. They do require constant supervision by an omnipotent being that can cause their world to vanish by simply Alt F4 and then deleting a file. So yeah, kinda, they do. You're not wrong. And get pissy over minor inconveniences? You know, I'm going to refer to a minor inconvenience. People always talk about how dwarves get very annoyed about being in the rain, right? You need to remember In Dwarf Fortress, a day is about 30 seconds, right? 30 to 60 seconds, depending on your frame rate. So let's just say they walk all the way across the map in this for this fortress to get a log to take it back to the fortress. It's going to take them maybe a minute and a half to walk across the world. If you spent 3 days in pelting downpours, not only would your feet be falling apart, you'd be kind of pissed. So, I don't actually blame the dwarves for being annoyed while caught in the rain, especially considering the current version of the game, the rain doesn't really bother them all that much. Like, yeah, they get a little annoyed by it, but, like, it's a very minor mark on them to the point where I don't think it's as bad as, like, people say it is these days. Also, this is kind of great. Redger made himself a hat. A pig iron hat. Kib Redger, the metalsmith, has created a pig iron cap named Zon Kosoth, and claims it as a family heirloom. It's worth very little. The Helmed Palace. I like the name. This is a pig iron cap. All Craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular phallite cabochons and encircled with bands of cushioned lignite and cabochons. On the item is an image of forgotten beasts in pig iron. On the item is an image of a crocodile in cave spider silk. So, yeah, no. I mean, I wouldn't want to be in the rain for, like, an hour, let alone, like, a week. So, yeah, I kind of can't blame them. How much iron do I have right now? Right. Anvil. Let's just make 20. Yeah, for like being caught in a downpour for like 10 minutes is like enough to ruin your week. Curious if this is deep enough. It probably is. Should be. Deep enough to use entirely. But once this finishes flowing to the end, we'll have a full reservoir. We can start using it pretty much immediately. Once they get the pieces put together. And there it goes. All the metal ore we brought up. We can go down to here. I can get rid of all this shit. And the same kind of goes for the snowstorms. Dwarves are like, I was caught in a snowstorm. This sucks. It's like, yeah, I'm sorry, dude. That all for Magma Forge? Oh, absolutely. It's also kind of a reservoir, so it's way faster to refill the walls. Well, actually, it's all for Magma Forge and sand, glass stuff. So it's not just for magma forges. It's just mostly for magma forges. I don't know. I wanted a project for today, so damn it, I made a project. I wanted a project that wasn't just working on this bridge. But we achieved a lot today. I mean, we got the king and queen in the fort now, which is also kind of a huge deal. Refill the walls, yeah, with lava. Don't you fill your walls with lava? How do you keep your house warm at night? Do you just pump it up with the local volcano underground, right? I love that sentence though. Refill the walls? Like, I'm sorry, you just said what now? Yeah, see this? If I go down a layer, that's all lava. It opens those X's, those floodgates, and dumps them down into here, which is where the baddies go to die. Also, I need to claim all of this. And then they melt and scream, and I laugh maniacally. Seems like you have, yeah. I'm also going to do something kind of stupid. I'm just going to dump all this. I just want to get all these boulders out of here. I'm sorry. They're just too ugly. Get out! So not only do we have a lot of jobs coming up for here, but so not only is it like, you know, going to be super helpful, but also we'll be able to just get rid of a lot of stuff all at once, which will be super helpful. See, that's the wrong button. Hey, petition. Oh. The Hall of Winter has many members in Threatdweller and now requires a grand guild hall. Sure, we can do that. Wholesome fun. It's a nice warm welcome, generally. Pancakes and pancake accessories? For what? And I like my king. My king keeps asking me to make maces, so I just keep making iron maces. Like, damn right I want to make some iron maces. Telling me you don't want to make iron maces? Hello, Deadliest. How you feels? You think COVID is over, but you still got a day left? Hell yeah! That's the best day. That's when you get to chill out and do other things around the house instead of just like hide in a room pretending the rest of the world doesn't exist, right? Okay, I already made some of the anvils. Magma forges. Oopsies. And there we go. This upper area gets to become useful now. Which is going to be kind of awesome. Although first, there's just a stone pile that's getting completely emptied. And a stockpile, not a stone pile. Words are difficult. Wow, all of these are powered down? How low is this drain? Oh, wow. I'm pumping so much lava out of here that... I'm pumping so much lava out of here that none of these smelters down here are working. And none of these glass furnaces are working. That's kind of crazy, actually. That's actually kind of bonkers.